Hello world! Welcome to Code or Not to Code. After a little summer break, we're back. I'm Merely Eva, and I'm really happy to be here today. And of course, I'm here with Stefan. And I don't know
Hello.
about you, Stefan, but I really missed this.
There is
It's been so long.
well, the advantage of vacation is vacation. The disadvantage is not to code or not to code. So yeah, it's a trade-off.
Yeah, yeah, totally. But now we're rested and ready to code again. And if you're new to this channel, we are two people who like to code, and we have various levels of experience, as I'm sure you'll see in a minute. And we're building a .NET tool. And the idea is for the tool to help you make your project, I suppose, neater, and will help you organize your usings. So, like in short, we want to minimize duplicate usings and put them into a global using file as global usings. So, they have two main functionalities, I suppose. We have a counter and a globalizer. And so imagine you have a project and you're using the counting function that will go through all the files in your project, and we'll give you all the usings that you're using. And we'll also give you a number that will correspond with the amount of times that you're using it. So imagine you have two usings, one you use twice and the other one you use 20 times. So you might be okay with, just using twice in your entire project, but 20 is a little bit much. So you can globalize that using, and our tool will automatically put that using into a global using file as a global using. We'll get rid of them in each of your files, and you've got a lot more space at the beginning of each of your files. Does that make sense?
Excellently pitched.
Fabulous, amazing. So that's the idea. That's what we're building. And yeah, I suppose before we get into the code, I want to do a little self-promotion. If you want to follow us on Twitter, give us just to keep in touch, to give us, any advice on what we should be coding next, what we should use in our projects, or if you just want to reach out. We always love to connect. So give us a follow. And we also announce sort of what we're doing next, when we're streaming next, and what exciting guests we're having on the show, because we've had some superstars here already, which were two really, really great sessions. So you wouldn't want to miss out on those in particular. So if you give us a follow on Twitter, you will definitely get notified when we have exciting guests joining us. And yeah.
Twitter's now called X, isn't it?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It is, isn't it? I completely, yeah.
I only realized
I
because
cannot
just there.
deal with that. Like, I can't.
Me neither.
Yes. So forget what I just said. Let's do this one more time. Give us a follow on X and keep in touch with us on X. Yeah. Great. Good start.
URL
Good
is still
start.
Twitter.
Okay.
URL is still Twitter, so I don't know. It's confusing.
It is. I'm really struggling with the new name.
Would it actually work if I say x.com/flashover? Would that work? It redirects to twitter.com/flashover.
Nice.
Okay, so the rename is not maximally consistent.
Okay, perfect. And also, the little section that we do before we get into our code is the news section, because loads has been going on since we last streamed. Yeah, what have you got for us today?
Well, in particular, the final preview of .NET 8, Preview 7, has been released a week ago, which has plenty of new changes, mostly around new JSON and dependency injection functionality, but also increasing the generated code because in .NET, with classic .NET, we have two compilation steps. We have via WASLin from C# code or Visual Basic code to intermediate language. And then when we run our code, then from the intermediate language to the actual machine instructions, which is done via the JIT compiler. And there's been plenty of improvements for this JIT compiler to create better code. But also there's now an AOT compilation ahead of time, where we basically don't have the intermediate language anymore. There's a lot of stuff going on. .NET 8 is going to be a huge release.
Mm-hmm.
Also in .NET, also in ASP.NET Core land, plenty of new additions, and also in MAUI, a lot of new stuff, a lot of new input mechanisms. And this will be the final preview 7. Now starting in September, we will have the first release candidate 1.
Woo!
In October, there will be release candidate 2. So stuff is getting quite final. There is
Yep.
no more huge changes anymore, only internal improvements and bug fixes. And which will then, what's the word? Climax into November, which will be the .NET 8 release. And I am quite excited about this.
Yeah.
What has also been announced is the .NET Conf, which is a yearly .NET Microsoft organized .NET conference, 3 days of Microsoft hosted sessions about everything that's new in .NET 8, in C#, MAUI, ASP, all of the good stuff. And also community sessions. So you can hand in, we have until the 31st of August, time to hand in, submit 30-minute sessions, everything that's new in .NET 8. And perhaps you get selected to give a talk at the prestigious .NET Conf.
Woo! That sounds exciting. Have you been there before? Have you spoken
Not
there?
yet. Not yet. I have submitted the last 2 years, and I will submit again, but not yet.
Okay. Nice. Exciting.
Also, there's been plenty of updates in tooling. So there is a new Visual Studio release, 17.7, that we wanted to try out today. So it actually worked fine for me, but when combined with Live Share, tool that we use that Eva can join and also add code on my session here, it didn't work. And no, well, it actually does work, but the tests then don't run anymore because of some JSON something exception. So we actually can't show that. And on the other news in tooling, JetBrains also released a new version of Wider, the .NET IDE 2023.2, which has plenty of changes on usability, UI, and also introducing C# 12 features that are currently in the previews of the .NET SDK that we saw. A lot of stuff going on.
That was a lot of stuff. That was like the longest news section in a while.
And pasting in I guess it's easy when a .NET when a new .NET release is on the horizon.
It is, and it's also easy when you've taken like a couple of weeks off because
I
still remember some of our early fans might remember when we did this weekly. Then it was like really difficult to get like news and stuff because, or like, didn't we also like have a session where we went like 3 days in a row or something like that?
Did we do three? I thought for 2. Did we have a hat trick already? I totally forgot.
I totally forgot as well.
Well, we may have.
I don't know. I just said it. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. We have to go back and look at our old sessions, I suppose. If you want to look at the sessions, you can go on our YouTube channel and you'll find them there.
Well done. So this will be YouTube at Flashover. Also putting it in the chat, where we're currently live. Yoo-hoo! So one of these must have been a back-to-back, or maybe a back-to-back session.
Yeah. I just remember in one of those, I was just super exhausted, and I actually had the best time because sometimes when you're sort of like so tired that you kind of a little bit manic, and that was me, and I had like so much fun. I never laughed so much in one of our sessions, and I said like I have to watch that back and see if I actually said anything sort of worthwhile, or if it was just giggling all the way through. But yeah, I haven't watched that yet, so. Yeah, it's on my to-do list.
Well, maybe that's my contribution as well, just laughing a lot.
Yeah. Comedy session. Nice. To comedy or not to comedy. Yeah. Okay, so are we ready to jump into a code? Because we have a long to-do list for today. If you were here in our last session, you will have you will remember that we did sort of finish on a very long to-do list, and today we're going to tackle that and hopefully get all of it done and being very ambitious.
So what we did last time actually is we started to together with Matthias Koch, the creator of Nuke, we started integrating Nuke, and we also got some CI builds to run. We had a couple of failures and also some successes. Woohoo!
Woo!
Where we also
More
saw
successes than failures, I may add.
well, there's 5. Yeah, it appears so. Cool, but we cheated a little because at some point I think here we switched from a Unix build to a Windows only build because we had some Windows only dependencies which works on my Windows machine but doesn't work on the CI if it's not Windows. I think we cheated there a little, which we will facilitate also today to resolve there. Because we will discover there is one Windows dependency that we will get rid of. Or at least only introduce when we ensure that we're actually currently on a Windows system. And then in the session before the last session, we started with integration tests, where we will continue today. So we started with 2 integration tests. We already see there was plenty of to-dos. Let's zoom in sufficiently. That's good. Where we, for example, our counter tests, we have a project. Let me find that. We have here our project under test that we have checked in and have a couple of C# files here and also a CSproj. And we will use this as a baseline against which we will run our tests. So we are always creating our own test writer so that we can intercept all the console white lines and then actually assert that those have been successful, what we expected. And so then we actually assert the output if we count all of these correctly. And similar to the globalizer, we let it run against our test project. We run it. We hope that the exit code is successful because that's an integration test. We test it basically against the core part of our CLI application, and then see if again the output is what we expect. And we will today add more assertions to those 2 tests, perhaps add an additional test as well, and make them more resilient also when it comes to parallelization, because we do have some potential problems here.
Amazing.
And yeah, I guess here's our to-dos that we also started to introduce from last time. I think we do have some technical problems today, not only with Visual Studio, but also a bit with the stream. I think I hear myself a little bit through you. I'm not sure, or maybe is it me? I'm not certain, but I do have a little bit of a feedback, and I'm uncertain.
It's probably me. Let's be real. I don't actually know how to get rid of it, but there you go. Okay, I'll play around with that.
You said you do have the echo cancellation on, right?
Yeah.
Because that should. Then I'm totally out of ideas because that's the only button I would also click.
Yep.
Perhaps if we can get some feedback from the viewers, maybe it's only on my end here, maybe it's not on the stream. But
that'd be annoying. Okay, but yeah, so I might be playing around with headsets for half the stream, so get ready for that.
So let's tackle the first to do. We wanted to fix the workspace fail, because when we run our current test, let's go to our testing integration test. So this will be the integration test of our globalizer. No, not the globalizer, the counter, which expects that we do read all those usings correctly. It fails because the output also contains some MS build warnings. Perhaps we want to take a closer look at that. How can we do that? Let's do a breakpoint here. Let's debug this test.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Is it better?
Let's see during the progress. Well, let's hear, better to say.
Great. Okay.
How can we evaluate in debug console? That looks good. Yes. So we see there is a lot of output coming in. So we have some MS build failures. What are those actually? Maybe let's copy this into a separate. Oh no, there's a lot of new lines. No, never mind. So there is some project load, some file could not load file assembly, NuGet.frameworks. Okay, we have some NuGet.frameworks, not sure. This may be some Roslyn related issues that we have here. But for now, I would kind of semi-ignore them. And we will come back to them later. So what we actually have in our production code is, if we go to our test, we basically run our CLI application via the arguments, the same that we would do when we run it via the CLI, actually, the deployed tool, the .NET global or local tool. We attach to the on workspace failed callback, and then run to the out stream of the console, or of the console. And what I do for now is basically somewhat hiding it, still having this somewhere, so it will still, if we observe the error stream, because we actually have two streams in console. There's the regular out stream. There's an in stream for the input, but there's an additional out stream, the error stream, which the standard error stream, which can be used to output errors. And for now, I would kind of use that. And in our test, we don't really assert that yet. So this would be a to-do for later. Actually, let's create a to-do. This should be a new GitHub issue. Assert standard error stream in integration tests. And so basically not fixed, but for later. Postponed.
Okay.
And I think I still can hear myself, and also some beeping. Kind of got
really?
worse. It kind of got worse. Yeah.
Okay, great, fabulous. Give me a minute.
Not sure, it's like beep, beep, beep in this kind of frequency. I have no idea what it is.
Okay, it's my chickens.
Chickens?
Yeah, like chickens? Little chicks. They go beep, beep, beep. No?
No, yes, okay. But
that was
I doubt you have chickens. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll be back. Give me a second.
Okay. So then in the meantime, I'll go ahead. So we, well, not really fixed that, but we postponed that. So the workspace failed. So let's run a test actually to confirm that it does what we expect it to do. We're still debugging, I see. How can I stop that in Visual Studio Code? I guess we just continue. Let the test fail, and then run it again. So we should now have a different output. And we do, because it still fails, but this time it fails with the issue that we had last time as well, with the new line issue. And I just couldn't figure out what the problem was. I guess then the very next day, I realized what the issue is. So, because we do have a trailing new line in our output, because we do the way how we write to the console. So basically, to get the test screen, is just expecting this new line as well, and this will render the test. This will hopefully make the test screen, if I recall correctly. What I tried off stream. And it does. So we now have a green test, which means we do we do have here the create arguments method. So we invoke the using command via the count subcommand. We pass in the project under test. Then run our command line application. The execute is successful, and we indeed, as an output, get those correctly counted using directives, because those are all of them that we have in this project under test. Because we have 6 classes, all of them have those 6 usings. And also there's an auto-generated using. Not an auto-generated using, but a using from the, not auto-generated, because we don't count the auto-generated usings, but a using from the system.reflection, so from this assembly info. So we have 1 system.reflection and 6 of the other 5s, and those are the first 5s, of which we have 6 each, and the 1 system.reflection. So the test is green and everything is great. Which now gets us to the next thing. Also what we did, I think it's 2 or 3 sessions ago, we introduced system.command line. System.command line is a package from Microsoft that helps us to create the root command and subcommands and all its options and arguments, how we basically build our command line application, which enables us to, if we open a new command line here, can we open a terminal? Open into a terminal? Yes. And we say .NET 1 that's 7.0, and we pass in the -- help option. We get a very nicely formatted, we get a description, we get the usage, we get all the options that we have that we created last time. For example, we can say, we can post in, let's say, -- info, which puts information about the environment that we currently have in use. So we're using the .NET Core 7.0.400 SDK, which is, I hope, the latest. I should keep that up to date. And also we have an about section of our tool, which will print to code or not to code. That is the question, which is the line that we built on the very, very first stream of this season. And we also have the commands, so we can ask for, if we say using, we can ask for help of the using command. And there's all this infrastructure. This is done by system.command line. And again, we get nice output and can actually invoke those commands. And this facility also enables an iConsole. So of the handler that gets executed when we invoke the root command, also has an iConsole. And we wanted to utilize this iConsole last time so that we basically mock this one away, or replace the real default system command line implementation that we have by default with our own mock implementation, so that we can intercept all the out and error and input streams that happen to the console. But we couldn't figure out last time how to actually inject that, or not inject, but register it with the system. And what I also found then, like immediately after the stream, it's in the invoke async of the root command. So the invoke async of the root command optionally allows to pass a console, and this is how we can inject our very own console. And now it's time to, we would very much like to use this. So what we wrote previously is a bit of a, I'm not sure if that's a hack, but this is how we got around that. We set our own output stream via console.setOut. But the thing is that basically now sets all the outs of the entire process, I think. But we don't want to intercept all of the outstream messages or lines that are written. We only want to get the console from our system.command line application. So we think that it's a nicer, more integrated solution to use the iConsole actually over this bit of a setting the static output stream ourselves. And now it's time for us to rewrite this text writer that we written last time to be actually a custom test console, but still offer the same thing so that we can assert our texts and or the values that get written to the stream, and also intercept it and reroute it into our custom string builder for our assertions. And I guess now it's time to code. And I'm wondering
Hello?
if
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it seems to be the built-in microphone because the audio
Is it?
is more less direct, if you know what I mean. It's more reverby.
How
Does this make
about
sense?
now?
Ooh, now it's better.
Better? Can you hear yourself?
Yes. I don't think so.
Okay, let's see how long this lasts. Sorry about that, guys. Hope I didn't miss much. I bet I missed everything.
Well,
There
now
you
it's
go.
time to code. So I
Perfect!
guess
Amazing.
it just came at the right time.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Let me know if the audio is bad or something, because I'm using a microphone I've never used before.
That's kind of an integration test, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
We test. Well, I guess we
We're
test
wild.
in production.
Yeah. Don't ever test in production unless you mean.
Well, there is.
Yeah. What?
You can. There is good things to test in production. So something you
Like
have to
what?
test in production because you get because only in production you get a production realistic load and such of the system. In test scenarios, you can only assume and emulate. Well, I guess you shouldn't do 100% testing in production. Okay, that's insane or brave, from whatever perspective. But some parts, such as doing loggings and metrics, to review them if everything is all right in the system. So making the system observable and then reviewing those metrics and logs, I think this would be testing in production. So that's actually not bad, actually good.
Okay. You convinced
Maybe not
me.
100%, but some
I
percentage.
don't love it. So just from my experience of the last 10 minutes, I don't love it. No, it's fine.
We already get the first suggestion to switch on autosave. It's really helpful from you. Not you, but you.
I love it.
And I have no idea how to do this because I'm rarely use Visual Studio Code to code C#, actually. So I'm wondering how to do this. I guess, is this in settings? Preferences? Settings? Autosave? Autosave.
Nice.
You have unchanged files. After delay, on focus change, on Windows change. What would you suggest? What is your preference?
What is your preference?
Saved when the window loses focus.
Might I just add that our viewers have outstanding usernames? Every time I'm on this show, I'm like baffled. And also, if you gives any more advice to us on the stream, I will full on take credit for it. Because then Shep will be like, you just suggested this. And I was like, yes, I know, because I'm awesome.
You are both the best, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going with after delay of 1 millisecond for now. And let's see how this. Oh, yes, now the saved. The dirty marker got away. Yes, cool. Thank you very much for the tip. All right, now let's change this test text writer to be our test console, which then actually, so what I did here is I did this off stream. So what I did here is, what I kind of like to experiment now is to split types into partial classes. And then when you implement interfaces or inherit from classes, from non-sealed classes, then putting those in a separate partial class declaration to basically split what's coming. So to exactly know what is coming from where, and I wanna give that a try. So we have all the common or all the non-interface stuff in here, and all the interface, all that's coming from the interface stuff in here, which will be the iConsole. So for now, I'll be just commenting out everything. Maybe we still need some of this, and we just bring stuff back when we need it. This will be the isystem.command line console. And I guess I'll do some control dot or alt enter until we come to implement things. So let's implement the interface. We get a standard stream writer out. We get a Boolean if the output is redirected. We get an error stream, and if the error is redirected, and also if the input stream is redirected. Okay, for now, let's not implement it. And what we are going to use is the out, because if we go into our application, well, we also have the error, which we will do in this follow-up issue, but usually we only write into the out. Actually, what a console.writeLine does under the hood, if we go to one of my favorite sites, which is source.net. If we go into console.writeLine, we see this actually writes into the out stream of the console. So this is one of the 3 streams that we have, the in, the out, and the error stream. And for now, we'll focus on the out stream. Later on, we may also introduce the error stream. So we will have the...
Sorry, just a quick question. Just because I was like a little bit out of it before, and I might have just gotten into it, and maybe that's why I'm a little bit confused. But just for my brain to reiterate, so we are still working on the tests, and we're basically working on the output that we want to assert later, right? No. Yes. Okay, yes. Perfect. Because that's why it was the text writer, because we call it up because it was sort of the text that sort of would come out of application as of running our application, and now it's a test console that we then assert with the correct the expected console, right?
Because what we had previously is we invoked what we currently do, we invoke the static console.writeLine.
Yeah.
And the thing is that's static, so we can't really replace that. Well, there is a facility that we found in our tests to use also a static set out method. But again, that's very static, and this could cause problems if we run tests with the same process in parallel, because that is there is a, I guess we had the AAA. We had a look at the AAA. Is that a principle? It's not a principle, but how we arrange tests. It's arrange, act, asserts, which is for testing. There's also another set of principles for testing, which is the first principle. And the first principle says that a test, or well, in particular a unit test, but I guess this still goes for tests in general, but depending on the context, fast is contextual. So it should be fast. It should be isolated and independent. And when you have something static, it's very hard to get it really, really isolated and really, really independent. It should be repeatable. In our case, it is. It should be self-validating. In our case, it is. It fails if something is wrong. And it should be thorough. So it should be testing not just one happy path, but also the sad paths. Is the opposite?
Unhappy path.
Unhappy path, not sad path.
Okay. What I always call it. But we can call them sad paths.
Sad path.
That's actually kind of cute. But yeah, I suppose, but integration tests can never actually be fully independent or isolated. It's just not in their nature, is it?
Well, yes, they can. Well, ours are not currently because all of our tests basically refer to this single project. And we would have some parallelization issue if the test which modifies the project runs before, and then the read-only test reads what the other test has modified, and then the given when then triple is not what we expect, and the test would fail. So
given when then is another way to say arrange, act, assert, right?
Given, yes.
Okay.
I guess given when then is more from a, so the AAA active insert is more from a unit testing perspective, and the given when then is more from a what's that called? Specific test. What's that called? Help me.
What? I don't know. I know you wanted to say spec flow.
Yes. So what BDD. More from a behavior-driven development,
Okay.
kind of a lingo. So this is where those lingos, where those principles or approaches are coming from. But more or less, if they're not the same, they're quite similar, quite comparable. Yeah, and yeah, if one test messes with the given for the next test, then indeed they are not isolated or independent. Ours currently are not, but we will take care of that as well. So currently our tests are only first, but we will make them first by the end of the session.
Nice. That is a quote that will definitely come on X.
First. Okay, we have a to-do here. So we exit. It always reminds me of X-Men.
Yeah, I find it strange as well. It just reminds me of the X that you use when you close.
And use writing TDD, test-driven development, means first write the test, then write the code. Well, we did that for unit tests. Now the integration tests we actually write afterwards. So I guess we are somewhat TDD. Has Eva frozen?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm frozen.
Well, I
don't know why.
We can still
why
hear
is it
you,
always me?
No, you're back. You're back. We could still hear you, and also you're moving again.
Sorry, guys.
And I guess also connecting to sad paths, there was a bit of a drama about mock in the last days and weeks. We're currently not using MOQ. Perhaps we will in the future, maybe something else, maybe never, because for now we will be writing our mocks ourselves without depending on a third-party framework. Because I kind of like to use a mocking framework only when really needed. If we just have a little bit of code that we can write ourselves, like this iConsole, that we can then nicely reuse, which we will reuse this test console heavily in all of our integration tests of this project forever. I think writing this mock ourselves and not using some mocking framework, there is 3 or 4 major mocking frameworks in .NET, I think really has some benefit. Speaking of, I think it's now time to implement this iStandard stream writer. So when we have the out, we can't just throw the not implemented exception, because if we now, let's actually see what will happen. So if we are going to use our test console, okay, let's get this test suite. So we have our test console, which will be, oh, that's not control RR. I'm doing this mistake again. It's F2 console. We will have our test console. And we must inject this test console now to this run async. But we don't have that yet. So what we could do, and now also would like to hear your preference, either we have an overload that takes this iConsole and then invokes, no, the other way around. So here we take the iConsole, make this console nullable, and from the one without, then basically invoke into that by passing the args and setting null. So this will be what the production code is doing. The production code will invoke that. And our testing code could invoke that by passing this custom console that we now can pass into the invoke async, because the invoke async now has the same signature it optionally allows for an iConsole. But we could also have our method like this. We could also have only one method and just having this as an optional argument here. Which one would you prefer? To have it more like split into two methods, or have it in one?
I like to have it in one, to be completely honest.
Mhm.
How about you? Is that any benefits other than just style?
What are the benefits? Well, I think maybe from an IntelliSense user perspective, if we have two methods, then we would see. Would we actually? Yeah, we actually see. Okay, there is another overload. So tooling shows that there is two overloads. But on the other hand, if we only have one, tooling also should show that quite well. That there is, okay, well, it stops scrolling here, but if I hover it, yes. So it shows that it does this in those brackets. Also showing, okay, this is optional. So tooling supports both. I am kind of ambivalent. On, I don't know, on even days, I prefer one thing, and on odd days, the other thing.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. In that case, I mean, just, yeah, let's for me, I like to go with one because I hate, like, I just generally have a little bit of a thing of like using one thing for testing and the other one for production, if possible. I like to be as close as possible to one another. Yeah.
Cool. And that also matches the signature of the invoke async here. So I guess this is something that something expectable. I guess I disabled the minimap here, so we have some more space. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. And now we can pass our test console. Okay, we can't really dispose that yet. Our test console to, yeah, we pass it here. And now then should be able to assert that code. Okay. And now we would like to implement that out because, so we don't have an assert text yet. Let's just briefly bring this method back so that everything compiles. But comment that out for now. And let's run the test. Let's see what will happen. Might should fail with a not implemented exception, I hope. But we have actually built error. Something is wrong. Type of namespace test text writer could not be found. Oh, yes.
Okay.
I haven't updated the auto test just yet. Let's be brutal and comment all of it out for now. We'll come back to that later. And the test is actually green. How is that green? How this should dramatically fail. Okay, that troubles me. Why is that green? Do we need that? I'll move that over here. How is that? That froze. How can this possibly pass? And then also giving execute success. That troubles me. Because if we bring, let's bring that back actually. Okay, we do have an empty string, but it doesn't. Maybe system command line internally catches those errors of the command line and not failing, but not producing any output either. So we still have a successful return code. It's still 0. I'll put myself to do to add some tests later that tests error codes and return codes.
Mm-hmm.
Test return codes. This will be in a future episode, so we'll come back to that. But for now, let's assume, yeah, well, it doesn't work because we have an empty string. We expect something, but we have actual empty. So we now need something. And for that, we now need to implement our own iStandard stream writer. So let's create another internal sealed class, the test. Let's call it test stream writer. And this iStandard stream writer expects us to implement the write method. Okay, and I guess here we now could, I guess it's now we would like to give it over to you to implement this test stream writer.
Yes, absolutely. Sounds good. To implement this test stream writer, so what do we want as an output? Throw not implemented exception. We don't want that. Okay, so what is it called? Wait, we want the out method, right?
We don't need the out method. We will take care of this up there.
Yeah.
But now for the stream itself, whenever to the out something is written, now the write is invoked. And now we want to store all those writes into, last time we used the string builder, so we can use the very same string builder, and to keep appending to a string builder for every write that's invoked here in this type.
Yes, and we've done string builders before, but I've completely forgotten how.
Well, let's just move it. Let's just move it from the file, from the code from the top.
Ah, okay, perfect. Yay.
So let's move the one from line 10.
Yes. Oh, move or copy?
Yeah, let's move it. Let's move it. We don't need it here anymore.
Nice.
And let's have it, yes. But this needs to be a field. So this needs to live inside the type across all write invocations.
Yeah. Got it. Right?
Cool. And now let's write, or I think the method name is actually append to this string builder every time we write something.
Append whatever is the value, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Easy.
Cool. And now we could have two options. We could either expose this string builder so that we can use it in the console to assert up here, or we could also have a method here, like an assert method, where we can pass in a string, which then basically does what we have on line 14. Whatever you prefer from an encapsulation point of view. Do we want to expose the string builder in this internal type? Yes or no?
Do we want to expose a string builder in an internal type? Is that why is that bad?
It's not necessarily bad. I think the type is internal. So, well, with public types, we need to be more careful about what to expose, because when something is public and then you change it, then some other assembly or some other project may be depending on it, and then this could be breaking. Well, we could still expose internals. There is like an internal visible to flag to make internals to appear for certain assemblies. Internals just as if they would be public, but we are not doing that here. So internal means we can only access it in this test assembly. So if it's internal, I don't think there is anything necessarily bad. It's more of a how would we like to use it? How would we prefer to use it? Do we want to use the string builder directly more, or do we want to hide that there is a string builder in the first place?
Let's do both. I don't know. I think so from what you said, I gather that we don't actually have to hide it, and I assume it's easier if we don't hide it. right?
Then
So
let's make that a property instead. We can make it, the type is internal, so we can just make this a public property instead, if you still know the syntax. And then let's call it, I don't know, text maybe.
public read only what? So what? And make it a text? Sorry.
So we could go, so first let's change this into a property. Can you remember the syntax of properties? So what we have here, this is a property, but there is some syntactic sugar basically for a property which would look like this.
Get set.
Get. Well, this is only a get, so we can have get only properties. That now does throw new not implemented exception. So basically those two lines, line 42 and 44, is semantically the same, but only syntactically different. And then optionally, we could also have a set that we, in our case, if we don't have a set on a property, then it's basically the equivalent of a read-only field.
Okay.
And but
we want to read only.
You gave the hint already, gets it. This is the syntax of properties.
I am a genius. I told you. Okay. And then we can just still do that, right? No.
So, but we can't
just set it somehow.
Yes. Well, we can actually do that. So, well, what we still need is a semicolon here.
Semicolon. Yep.
Yes. What we can't have is the read-only keyword. The read-only keyword is only for fields or for method or for members in structs. But they have a little bit of a different semantics here because it's value types. For classes, read-only basically is only applicable to fields. But if we want to make that property read-only, which means with get only, we can just remove the set. Then it's Then it's that it's the equivalent to a read-only field.
Okay. And there's also this other is it init, or where you can set it like once?
Yes, this would be the init keyword. Then
do we not need to set it at once? No, because we append. I'm confused.
If we create it once, so we set it here, and we don't need to exchange the string builder per instance of test stream writer.
Okay, so
each has its own singular instance, and then we can make it just read only, and we don't need to make it init only. Init only would then be interesting if the caller actually needs to set it, and if it would vary. If we want to set it to something different every time, potentially we create a new instance. But since it will be always the same, the default new string builder, we don't need that. So this is basically now, well, it's not exactly the same, but somewhat equivalent to a public read-only field equals new. So those would be. It's not the same because a property actually behind the scenes will become methods. So we have a get and a set method that the compiler then invokes. So property is basically just syntactic sugar around get and set methods with a backing field. So having a property, there will be a backing field, but that's compiler implementation details that we don't really need to care in most scenarios. And we now have that. But since it's now public, we don't want to have the underscore anymore, because the underscore we only use for private fields.
Yes.
And we also want to make it uppercase so that it
nice,
because it's something accessible, it's public. And I guess actual is no longer, maybe let's call it text, because we have, I think text is in this case a better name if we want to make it accessible.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And then up here where we assert the text, that's actually then accurately named.
Okay, actually changed my mind. I'll get rid of this partial thing. I don't like this anymore. Let's have it all in here.
Okay.
So that makes it more simple. So now we want to, actually I also get rid of the previous stream. Now we want to use this outstream writer. So we want to create a new instance of the test stream writer that we will return for the out, and also use in this assert method then.
Okay, so we need to return something in the out. So I would start here, right?
We can start here, yes.
So return something, right?
What do you want to
I'll get
return?
rid of this. We want to return a new instance of the test stream writer.
We
Right.
can't do that. Yes, let's do that for now. It's not
So
correct, but we'll see.
No,
we will see. We will see.
come
We will
on.
see. We will see.
Can I not just do it like this? No. Yeah. No.
Oh, technically, yes. If let's just finish it.
No.
Be careful. So new.
No?
When you have the new keyword and then a type name, we invoke the constructor. A constructor
Okay.
is a method, and what do we need when we invoke a method? We always need the
Params.
exactly.
Um,
But in this case, after the type name.
Oh, where did I put them?
But now we can't give a name anymore. So when we're now mixing concepts, so it doesn't work that way.
Okay. No mix and match. Got it.
We can have a semicolon here. And I will just get rid of the return here, because again, this is a bit of syntactic sugar for, if we would write it like in full syntax, it would be request code action failed. Okay, we would write it like this. It would be get, return, and now we have to return.
Okay.
Return new. So those two lines are semantically equivalent.
Okay.
But if we have this arrow, which indicates an expression-bodied property, which is a get-only property, we don't need to return because it implicitly returns the type here. So we don't need to return.
Okay. So now I've got a new instance of it, but it doesn't have a name.
Yes.
How
So
do I
how can
then
we now
use
refer
it?
to it in the in the assert? Because we still want to assert it. How can we do that now?
Okay. So we just call out. No. Yeah.
Well, we could do that, but I'll uncomment that. So let's try that. So on the left-hand side, we get in the expected. We pass in the expected, and here we want to get in the actual, which would be the one from the out. So via the out, we now need to get a hold of the string builder that the out has, that we called text. But this is not available, is it?
No.
Because this type, the type that we have here is an iStandard stream writer. And also what we see here, another problem. So not only do we have this type, not that type, because the out property has this type, we don't know the other type, we could do casting. We could technically do that.
What about like dot result or something like that?
No, there is no async, so we have no. I'm not sure what the iStandard reader has. There is no result. We could cast it, but another problem is that we see if we have the full syntax is every time we invoke this get property, we return a new test stream writer, which means every time we access this out stream, we create a new one, which would discard the previous one. So we wouldn't really continuously append. We only want to have one. So we need one shared instance in the test console that we reuse, that we basically return when somebody, system.console in our case, requests this out stream, and also then we use for the assert, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I don't know how to do it. So, okay, but we need one for, this sort of makes me think of lifetime issues, but I'm probably on the wrong. Okay.
Exactly.
So we need to add a singleton. That's once.
Yes. Well, we could have, not in that case, no.
No.
Because we don't do dependency injection.
We don't do dependency injection. Okay.
We don't do dependency injection.
Okay, so we don't have a variable name. We don't have dependency injection. What's the other options that we can do?
What we should do is...
Can you help me?
So can you? so, so what we need is
love it.
what we need is some identifiable instance that we
Yeah.
can refer to both from the assertion, but also to
Ah,
return from the
this.
out property. Yeah,
No.
but where does this we can write this, but where does the this live? You're almost there. You're almost there.
The this lives in the
When we say this,
so we need
what do we access with the this?
yeah, the one that's in I want to say in that method, but so okay, so the way I usually go about it is it's just highlighted, and then Visual Studio automatically highlights me which exactly it means by that. But I think it's isn't it in the, yeah, I want to say within the class.
Within the class,
something.
yes, stuff that is within
Yes!
the class. But is it instance members in the class, or is it static members in the class?
Instance members or static members? It is static members.
No, it's the instance
Damn
members.
it.
Because the this is basically the this instance. So we need some shared instance field that
Yes,
we then
we need a
can
field.
use in both because this is an instance method and this is an instance property. There is no static. Also, what you would suggest is static, but static now is shared across all instances of the test console that we have, which again, if we instantiate multiple test consoles, but all of them share the same output, they would interfere with each other. If we have one singleton shared instance, we don't want to have a shared instance between all test consoles. Each test console should have its own instance.
Okay.
Which then is isolated, which then adheres to the I in the first, which then is isolated and independent and not shared across all the tests that we run.
Okay. So you had the cursor in here, but if it's like within one test console, we need the field out here, right?
Precisely.
Okay. And is it internal? Internal?
Well, if we want to expose it, within the if we want to expose it could, well, in our case it could be internal or public. It doesn't really make a difference because we made the type internal, so internal public is somewhat.
Oh god, yes, of course.
The question is now: do we want to make it accessible from outside this type or not? Since we do have the assert text method, I would make it, well, because what you mentioned previously, we could have both. We could make this output stream accessible and also somewhat accessible via the assert text. But that I don't like. I don't like if there is two ways of doing stuff, because then we will do it two different ways and then the code is not consistent. I would like to have one way. And in that case, I prefer to not expose this instance and then do it via the assert method.
So internal.
In that case, not private. To not.
Private.
To not leak that.
Yes, to be super private. Okay, gotcha. And okay, you said static, but you said not static. Now I'm confused.
Let's not make it not static now.
Okay. So just.
So it's an instance field, not a static field.
Okay.
And we now make a new instance of the test stream writer.
Okay. Test stream writer. And we call it test stream writer.
I would call it _out, because this is in this context, then we know exactly what it is.
Nice.
Or
I like to know exactly what it is. Yes.
And now I guess we still need to, we get a warning. The warning is, well, we get two warnings. One is a suggestion from Roslyn, because .NET also comes with a set of analyzers. Those are those Waslin warnings to make it read-only. And also there is some non-nullable. It says it's non-nullable because we didn't put a question mark here, but we have not set it to something. So we will be running in some nullability issues. So what are now the two things that we do to get rid of the read-only warning and also get rid of the nullability warning?
So the nullability is, I feel like easier maybe, because either we do like a null check somewhere, or we can have a little question mark. No,
Or
question mark
we
doesn't help.
just initialize it.
Oh.
Yes, but do we want to have it null? We actually want it to have a value. So it actually
That's
should
true.
have a reference.
But how? It's the thing. Like how do I get this? I'm literally back to the beginning, because like now I'm not sure how to access the return, whatever this returns.
So what we want is basically what we did here. We create a new
Yeah.
instance of the test stream writer type that we created earlier.
Okay. But then don't we have two instances?
We will get rid of that afterwards.
Oh, okay. There you go. Nice.
Cool. And so now this is a non-nullable, because I think this is now connecting to Stormflix. Says hi. They are from
Hello.
Brazil. Thank you very much for joining. What's the time zone in Brazil?
Yeah.
That's like in the morning. No, is that lunchtime right now? Oh, my time zones are bad.
I could do with some lunch though. That'd be nice. Never enough lunch.
Is this stream about learning C#? Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed.
Yes, I am learning a lot of C# today already. And Stefan is learning a little bit. What have you learned, Stefan?
Always. It always goes both ways.
Okay, good. What? Fabulous.
We still have another warning, the read-only warning, because the thing is we never change. Because we only want to have one single. We want to have one instance of the stream writer per test console, but then never change this instance, because if we change this instance, then we may be losing some output that has been written to, and we don't want to lose anything. So there's only one per instance, and to ensure that, we can make this field read-only, which is basically the equivalent of a get-only property. It cannot be set after the constructor is invoked. And basically what we have here, well, it's not strictly the same, but it's somewhat the same. Basically writing it like this.
Okay.
And if we don't do it here, so we can either explicitly initialize it in the constructor, or we initialize it inline at the field declaration. And I think actually all the inline field initializations are invoked before the constructor. So if we would have both, let's have both. If we have both, then first we would create a new instance here, and then we would override this instance here. This is like the flow of C# initialization. And in Brazil, it's currently 3:18 p.m.
Ah, nice.
Oh, okay.
That's like,
time zones are
thank
really
you
bad.
so much. Yeah. But thanks so much for joining. It's really fun, like, to connect to people from all over the globe. We're based in Europe, Central Europe, so it's like, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting back.
Yeah, it is actually. Okay.
And one more thing, if the declaration of this field out and also the initialization is the same type, is that C#10 or C#9? I start confusing it. We can get rid. If you see this in the IDE, we get three little dots. So this is a hint, and it says we can use a simplified new expression. So what we can do is actually we can get rid of the type here and basically just have new.
Oh yeah, of course, because we've got it twice. I get it.
Yes, if the left-hand side and the right-hand side is the same, now with more modern C# compiler, the compiler is actually inferring the type here. It's still the very same as if we would have it. It's the same, but there is some syntactic sugar or the lack of for modern C#.
Okay. And then we also need to, in the assert method, we also need to put the out instead of this, right?
Yes.
Out. Yay. No.
And
Didn't work.
so we try now to equal, because we try now to compare a string with a
String.
text stream writer. But what we did is we made the string builder, we exposed the string builder, so we can get we can get the string builder here.
Nice. No.
But now we are comparing a string with a string builder, which is also not possible. So from the string builder, exactly.
Nice.
And there we go. Okay. But what do we want to do in the out here now with the out property of the iConsole?
What do we want to do with the out property of the iConsole? Oh, no, I don't know. Do we want to? Do we wait? I'm not sure. Wait, is it okay? So what is the out property? It's
So
what we want to get out, right? What we want to write.
So the out property, this is defined what's on the interface. The iConsole interface is again implementing an iStandard out interface, and this iStandard out interface now has both the is output redirected and standard stream writer properties. And whenever system.command line is writing to the console, it should be using the console.out. So this very instance. And for the production code, but the same for the test code. But for the test code, we want to use our custom test stream writer that we built that is backed by a string builder and return that same instance. Basically, we want to make sure that we return that instance here and then reuse the same instance in the assert so that it's all the same instance. And the production code is writing via this out stream writer into the string builder, and then the assert is reading out of it from the unit test directly. So we basically just need to return that same instance. Yes.
Yep. And because so I don't. Okay, let's just try it and then let's see what the error says.
Yes.
Is it just like that?
Yeah, there won't be an error because that's correct. And this is basically the same.
It just looks so tiny and small and
It is with the expression body properties. It's quite short. If we would write it verbatim, like with older C#, which has less syntactic sugar, we would write it like this. So we have an explicit get accessor of this property, and then would return this out here, and those two lines are the same.
Cool.
So we now return the out and also use an assert text, which now should actually make this test quite clean. Let's run it. Because our console assert text, obviously assert test. Okay, oh no, we have an error because nothing is written to it.
Oh,
that is interesting. It's empty. The actual, no, hold on. The actual is empty. Yes, the actual is empty. That's bad. Why is that? Oh, yes, because in our production code, we still have to use it. Because in the production code, we still use the console.write line. In other words, we now find all console write line and will eliminate these and change this to whatever the context had. Would you want to go ahead and change the first one? So
yes.
rather than console write line, we now want to we don't want to use the static console, but the console that we get from the invocation context.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So I'm just found the invocation context. So no, where was it? Wasn't it called context? You literally no.
There it is. Yes. We do have the context here.
Yes.
So in this lambda method here, we have the context here in scope. But
it's not console context. It's context.
Exactly.
Context. There you go. No. Context dot Invocation result? Pass lessons.
Yeah, it has many members, and one of the many properties. And one of these properties should be the console that we were looking for.
There it is. Perfect. Amazing.
And now this console, it should
Right
have
line. Or
an
right.
error. Does
Or
it?
error. It has
It
error,
doesn't have
right
this,
line.
does it? It has a white line already.
Yeah.
Let's use the white line. Oops,
oh
sorry.
no! What did I do?
I interfered as well.
Okay. Right line.
I'm not sure what the white line is doing actually. I can imagine what's the current string value followed by the environment new line terminator to the standard output stream. So because what I wanted to write is console.out.
Yeah.
Can I do it out? Need out.whiteline, which doesn't work because I think this is on an extension method. Yes, we need to use certain console.io. Yes. So I wanted to write it explicitly, but I can imagine that the implementation, unfortunately, with VS Code, we can decompile it here, or at least I have not enabled that, unless there is some.
So sorry, what are you trying to enable?
Never mind. I tried to go to the source of this. Anyway, I believe that the console.writeLine method here does the same, basically internally calls into the out.writeLine. So I guess it would be the same. In other words, what do you prefer? Do you want to have it basically implicitly? Because that's also what we do when we do console.writeLine. What console.writeLine does, if we go to sharplab.io, what we had earlier, it basically just calls out.writeLine. So if we would write console.out.writeLine, so those two lines are the same.
Yeah.
Because the first line would call into the second line as well. So it's basically the console.writeLine is something of an accelerator, a bit of a shortcut, but the effect is the same. And the question now is, what would you prefer to have, to use the accelerator and implicitly have it as out, or do you want to specify the out explicitly?
Yeah, I guess that's a conversation that we have quite a lot of the time. Is like, do you prefer explicitly or implicitly? And generally, my answer, especially as someone who's just starting out on the coding journey, it really helps me to be like explicit, to be like, I am using this. Yeah, but it always depends on case to case, I suppose, because I don't know, because it does. I mean, it looks neater to have just a context console line. What are your preferences?
Again, I think on odd days I like console.writeLine, on even days console.out.writeLine. I'm not certain if I have a preference.
Okay.
That doesn't help a lot, does it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely the same, and it really, it depends. But I think for this, let's maybe keep it explicitly so I can sort of go and jump to out if I need to and check it out and just
I guess
check it out.
So it now it explicitly translates to this out here. So I guess this helps with getting the connection. And so we now replace all the white line, all the outs, all the console.out with the one from the context. So let's quickly do that.
Okay, so we have to do it kind of manually because otherwise.
This is just some tests, some more tests. Here we need to do it. Yes. Again, I guess we need to inject the console here. This is a private method that we invoke here.
Oh, wow.
But we do have.
Where did we go?
We do have we're now in the.
Where are we?
We are now in our using command. So those are the subcommands. We have using.count. We have using count command and the using globalize command. And this is now actually what the test then prints. So this is where we get the line that we have for this project. We basically print the name and the occurrences of those usings. So what the test, what our test expects here. So basically, this is the expected, and here we have the no. Wait too many tabs. There we go. And here we have the source code which actually does it. Count async, and here we actually write it to the console, but still we do the static console white line. So we should inject the iConsole here. Console. And I guess again do the same game. Rather than console.writeLine, we say console.out.writeLine. We need this extension method, therefore we need to add the using. And do the same here. Console.out. Okay, it's not writeLine async, it's just writeLine, so there is no await here. Not sure why I made this async, but the other one not. That is a mistake. Same with this method. Let's inject into this method an iConsole. And we now do console.out.writeLine all over the place. Why did I make this async? This is inconsistent. Okay.
But now it something that we changed a million times. Yeah, okay.
I guess so, yeah. But now we need to, as a third parameter, we now need to pass the console. And it's still the same, we still have the same invocation context, so we can just say invocation context.console. And in the other method as well.
Okay.
And this should make everything compile and the test actually pass. So we are no longer, let's actually search. Those are just in some tests that we have. We no longer use system. Let's also find if we have console.out.writeLine somewhere. Those are these. And we only have console.out.writelines in the context. Okay, so we got rid of all the console outs, all of the static invocations. We now only have instance invocations via this interface that we can now inject in our tests and replace in our tests, basically mock. So we have our mock implementation and use this in our tests, and now it's very nicely testable and isolated.
Nice.
And everything is green.
Okay. Good stuff.
And I guess this is one thing down. So we now use system.command line or console that we basically create in our unit test. We inject it then into a one async, where the production code invokes it with null. Our test code actually passes an instance here that we then further hand over to this invoke async, which eventually then gets resolved via the invocation context. So here, this console.out is exactly this instance that we have written. This is our test console, and this is our test stream writer, or how we called that thing, our test stream writer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And nice. So our test is now green. And I guess this actually now, maybe we demo this in the next session, and the validation, we'll come that in the next session. Let's jump to the globalizer.
Yes.
So in here, let's revert the change that we did. I think we just commented everything out. Yes, let's discard that.
Oh yeah, we commented it out because it wasn't building, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So now it's basically need to do the same thing. We're now using our console here as well. Oops, let's F2, rename it console. But this is not the iConsole, it will be our test console. So we create a new test console. We don't do the static thing here anymore, but we do pass it into the one async here. And this should be it already, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Is test console disposable? Shouldn't be. Why does... Oh no, yeah, it doesn't compile. It was just slower.
Nice. Okay.
And I guess now we should be able to run this test as well. Oops, I always clicked the wrong button. Does the test appear here? There it is. No, that's a different test. Maybe if I run this one, it will build.
But so you got rid of this, whatever was in the dispose method, I actually didn't see, because it does it automatically, right?
Well, we currently don't have anything to dispose, because what we had previously. Oops, let's close that. What we had previously is we had our custom. We had a different type, and this different type was disposable. So we made sure when you create a new instance that is of a type that is disposable, that implements iDisposable, at some point you should invoke this dispose method. And in our case, we did it with the dispose of the test. So the constructor is basically our setup. The constructor is called before each test, and the dispose is called after it's each test, basically the tear down or the cleanup. And this is what we did. But the iConsole is not disposable, so there is currently nothing to dispose of.
Okay, so this just stays there forever. What does that mean when it's not disposable?
Well, if we don't need it at the end, we can remove it. But I guess we need it afterwards.
Okay, fair enough.
Otherwise, if it's just empty, we could totally remove it. But we get an error here, and this error says that. Can it show the full thing? Open an editor. Ooh. So we expected.
Yeah.
Global. Okay. Again, the new line thing.
Amazing! So, oh my god.
That's one again.
Love it.
What's the problem now? Okay. So we expected 6 occurrences, but actually no occurrences of using directive was printed. And now is the problem that our test is not isolated. Because our test actually, this is what meant earlier, that our test is modifying the active project on the test, this shared project, which is basically somewhat static. I think this connects to some degree. This connects what you wrote, that static is a state of type, which means everything static belongs to the type, not to an instance. And properties is of instance. Well, not necessarily, because you can also have static properties. We could have a property. Let's create a new public. Let's do string. I call this property my property. I'll make this get set. And we could also make this property static. So we can now actually access this property on a type level. We can say dot my property. We don't need an instance. So properties can also, just as fields, can also be static.
But we do get a warning there when you put in the static, right?
Yeah, we get a nullability warning because I declared it as non-nullable, but I don't initialize it. So it's actually null. I would need to, if I set it to empty string,
nice.
It's
okay. Gotcha.
Or with C#11, we could also, and this is now some delicious stuff, we could make it required. No, this doesn't work with static, does it? If it's not static, we can make a property required, which means now whoever creates a new instance of this type must set it. There is some constructor thing connected to this because we're now missing a attribute here, but theoretically, this would be the approach.
Cool.
But now everything is instance. We don't have any static console anymore, but still this project on a test is still somewhat static, or let's use a different word, it's shared. So different tests or different runs of the same test, they basically destroy each other or influence each other. Now after rewording, if we run the test again, it passes.
Woo!
But it now has, if we go to GitHub, we see it again has modified this shared resources. I guess shared resources is more of a general name. And now the given from the given when then, now the given is all wrong. And now it fails, of course.
Yeah.
And now we make our tests really first, no longer first,
Yeah.
by also creating the given. Actually, after last stream, one of our viewers has approached me and suggested to use, I created an issue for that, to use this package. There's a package called test containers for .NET and also for various other technologies, where we can very easily set up Docker containers. And this works very nicely for unit and integration tests. And I created the issue. I guess we will do this in a future episode where we exclusively talk about containerization and Docker. But for now, let's do something more naive.
Yes.
by
I like
just creating those files. So for every test, should create the files that the tests needs. In other words, we will get rid of this very project, and we can also get rid of this project, which will then make our project build on Unix again, and everything will be great.
Okay.
What we did in the early episode with building CI pipelines.
But I suppose instead of like, is there a way, instead of like writing it literally in like as the beginning of every single test, is there sort of like a way to have it like, say, before each test?
We could have it before each test, but what if every test wants to set up stuff differently? So we could have this on a per test level. Or we could have this set up on a per test level, or on a, I think XUnit has the concept of collections, where per default every test type is in its own collection. I think, is it called collection? But we could also, so per default, I think the name of this collection is like the namespace .test name, so like the full type name. So per default, I think, I'm not entirely sure, but I think this is at least somewhat like that. That's the default, and every project therefore has its own collection. But what we could have some custom name, my collection, and now other tests could use the same name, the same collection name, and now they are in the same collection, and we could have a per collection based setup, and every test of this collection gets the same setup, like a once setup that is executed before all tests of this collection, or also a per test setup that is invoked per test of this collection. And I guess the same with teardown or cleanup or dispose, however you call it.
Okay, but that does that make sense in our case? Because I think our sort of like the files that we sort of pass into our tests are quite different from each other, right?
Well, maybe it actually would make sense. Well, if we want to have both our counter and globalizer basically get, this is what we currently have. They get the same project as an input. If we still want to have that, then it would make sense to have a collection initializer and then do it on a per collection level. But on the other hand, is this, I think tests within a collection are not run in parallel. And now those two tests are no longer run in parallel. So I don't like that solution anymore. Maybe there's a different solution
to run them
interfaces.
Is it so you don't like that they're not running in parallel because it's going to interfere with your first test strategy?
Yes.
It would be
able to run in parallel. It would be first again, yeah.
No, wait, would it be first? Okay, so what is it?
It wouldn't be isolated if they can't run independently.
But I thought it would just not run in parallel, so that's why I thought maybe it actually just interferes with the speed.
Like the speed. Yes, actually that's true. Yeah, they would run in sequence.
Okay, so
this would be speed as well. Yeah.
Rust.
Yes.
Terrible. We don't want that.
Yes.
Okay, so what are the other options?
I think there is I'm fairly certain there is something in XUnit.
Yeah,
XUnit.
most
Okay,
likely.
we googled it obviously already. XUnit setup reuse. There is something with lifetime. There's some lifetime interface, if I recall correctly. Well, this is global. We don't want to have it global. Okay, so we could have a class fixture. I want to go to the XUnit documentation. There is some, because I have this odd deja vu that I some point collection setup. Sharing context. Well, we're not really sharing context, but let's see. So we can have class fixtures. We can have a class fixture. I'm not sure if this is only then created once. Perhaps let's first implement it in one unit test, and then we see
Yes.
how we can share this code to the other test as well.
Gotcha.
So let's start with the counter.
Yes.
No, yes, there it is, the counter. So what we want to do here is also part of the arrange.
Okay.
So we not only create the args, but we also want to create our project.
Okay.
And also make sure to delete it afterwards again.
Delete project. Okay, gotcha. All right. So what type is the project? Is it a project? Is project?
Not as two approaches. We either, as we did previously, create this project files, because what they are is basically only text files. We either create them with Roslyn, or
Yes.
we just write them as strings and with the correct file extensions and just write them to disk, because we don't really need Roslyn on this level here. And perhaps it would be simpler or more straightforward. Not sure if it's simpler, but more straightforward, well, it doesn't require the Roslyn knowledge in order to create those projects, because we just write files to disk and delete those files from disk again. I kind of prefer that, especially with the raw string literals, because we can very nicely write code there.
Okay, so you prefer doing in strings for now. Okay, so is that just like a string project kind of thing?
Well, we actually have no, because we have multiple files, so we need to create multiple files. If we want to basically emulate what we currently have, is we want to create a folder that again has a properties folder that creates those two files. Then we have those 6 files, those 6 CS files, and 1 CS project file. So we basically create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 files and 2 directories.
Okay, so that would be what is that, a string array?
No. I guess we don't really need to create
is it?
some collection to hold them. I think we can just write them to disk. So we could have
so like var project is, and then no. I just love my variables. And then they make it simple. They're like, this is this. I'm using it in that way, and have fun.
Well, we could store the content. Okay, we could store the content of all.
No,
those
we don't need
basically
to.
Copy.
If it's
We could basically store all those content of those files in variables. So we have like class 1, class 2, class 3, and so on. We have assembly info and global usings and the CS proj, or we just call it project. All of those are strings, so we just paste in this code and then invoke some system.io methods to write them to disk.
Okay, but you also hinted that there's like a much more straightforward and simpler way to do this without any variables. So I'm also curious about that one.
Variables, yeah. So first of all, perhaps to not pollute our method here, our test method, maybe let's just create a method, call a new method and call it create project. perhaps.
Ah.
And then in this method, we go wild.
Okay. And is this a public method? Probably no. It's an
Let-
internal.
we will make this for now. Let's make it private. It only lives in this type.
Okay.
Later on, we can move it.
Private.
But we can't.
I didn't
are in
write that.
No. This is what autocomplete, because we can't define a private member in a method. We're already in a method. We can't define instance. We can't define new members in methods or in members. Well, we can do local functions, but that's something else. So let's just call a method. Let's assume there is a method called create project, and let's just call it.
Okay. Create project. To-do.
And now let's scroll down to the bottom and let's create this method so that it compiles. Maybe at the very bottom.
Okay. And
the very bottom of the type.
That was sorry.
Because we can't have members. We can't have typeless members. All the members must be on a type.
What's the return type? String?
Well, let's make it void for now. It doesn't create anything.
Okay.
Which means we don't access any instance. We also can make it static because it doesn't access any instance members for now.
Okay. And do we want to pass anything?
Maybe later on. Let's see how this evolves. I guess later on when we make it modular for the other test as well, then I guess we want to pass something. But for now we don't need to. Also make it static for now to be quite strict. Doesn't use any instance members here. So there is. Let's explore what's there. When we want to write files to disk or read files from disk, we want to be in the system.io namespace. So we can explore a little bit what's there.
IO.
And there is now file and directory types.
Okay.
So let's start with a file type.
File. Okay. With a file type.
Mm-hmm.
I see file.
Yeah, let's use file
and sorry, there was file and there were like a million other things that started with file, so it took me a while to get there.
There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. So just as an explanation, so my reputation doesn't get destroyed. I'm not that slow. I'm still learning. Yes.
There's a lot of stuff we have. So file, that's a static type, which has some static methods on it, or some static members. There's also file info. File info now would be a non-static type. It's an instance. So file info would be a representation of a file.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily direct. So yeah, I guess there's a lot of file system abstraction that I do not understand. Well, I don't guess. I know there is a lot of that I do not understand, but that's like the basics of it. And on file, we should have something like read and write methods. Yes.
Yeah, write all text. I could.
And yeah, so there's many that we can write lines, we can write bytes, and what you said, write all text, is I think exactly what we want.
Nice. Cool. And that's a method, right? No.
And let's see and write all text now takes two other any overloads. Yes, there is an overload that takes an encoding. There is an async overload with cancellation. Perhaps we can also make it async if we want. But let's start with the very simple overload of this method group, where a method group, write all text is a method group because it has multiple overloads. If we just say write all text, we don't know which of those two methods are we referring to. Can I make it a little bit smaller to see both? Not really. This is not okay. So we have here two write all text methods. They have the same name. So
I'm struggling.
So write all text. So write all text is a method group. You need to specify. We have a string overload and a string encoding overload. So write all text when it has overload, when methods have overloads, then you can also refer to them as method group.
Okay.
And in this method group, let's start with the simplest overload that takes a path and the contents.
Nice.
And yeah, basically, let's create the files. Let's start with my class 1.
So wait, but that's the first string is the path.
The first string is the path, yes.
So what is the path? Oh,
Well, let's start with just a file name. Well, this is not, we still need to put it into a directory, but let's do that later. Let's first just basically move what we have here
gotcha.
into there.
And the second string is the actual content.
Yes. So you can just go into the file, copy paste it.
Yes. Copy. If you've been a regular on the show, you know that this is.
Oh, hold on. I still need to revert it because, excuse me. Yes, go on.
What?
Go on. You wanted to say the regular? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, if you're a regular, you know this is actually the most like nerve-wracking part of this entire show for me. I think I copied it now on the clipboard. Let's see.
Would you mind going again? Because actually, I was cheeky and snuck in the system as well because I didn't revert previously.
Okay. Gotcha.
And you should be now able to just paste it. Yes.
Nice.
But we're running into problems, aren't we? Because we are using here a regular string. And just a regular string has troubles when it goes over multiple lines. If we have line breaks in it, this won't work. So I guess the best thing is to yes, but I would do it the other way. I would revert it. Oh. And first define the string and then paste it in. This would hopefully make stuff easier.
So first.
So now define basically the empty string the approach was absolutely correct with the many quotes.
Okay. Yes. Let's add more quotes.
More quotes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. And yes. Unfortunately, we still get warnings. Unfortunately, because.
You were so supportive and hopeful, and then it still looks like that. Great.
Yeah, because I think we just need to the raw string literal. If it's multiple lines, well, if we hover, it says it's an unterminated raw string literal. Basically, what we need is a return at the end.
Return? No. I didn't
so like a new line.
New line.
Yes, and I embarrass myself. I think also in the beginning, if I yes, and now it still complains because it's not formatted correctly. Because basically, we hold on.
Wait. Let me just use my multi-cursor.
No need to think myself. Hold on. I think I'm doing string literals wrong now. Hold on.
Wow. Oh my god, if that's the truth, then that's also going on X. This is like world news. This is
painful.
This is wow. I'm never gonna let you forget that though.
Why do you want to see me suffer?
Never. Like, even in like 50 years time, I'll just text you. So, remember that one time?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm being mean. I'm just happy that at some point I'm not like can you all appreciate how well I copy pasted so far? Like, this is
Yeah, I was confused. I thought that the opening sequence determines the indentation, but it's actually the closing sequence. This is why why it needs to be on a new line. Okay, so the closing sequence determines the indentation. Okay,
gotcha.
Which means that we basically need to tap all of this on the same level.
Yes, and I will just press Alt and use my multi-cursor because I can. Choo 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 choo. Perfect. And oh no, I forgot one, didn't I?
Closing sequence, yes.
Oh, that's annoying. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay, and I think all we need left is a semicolon here, and well, actually, well, what you had previously. So this is basically, this would be correct syntactically, but we would have, because this is the closing sequence, we would have, this would be the war string literal. We would include those spaces in the beginning. Now, if we move that by 1, we would only include 4 spaces here, no longer 8 spaces. And now it's on the same line. Now we basically have no spaces. We only have spaces here. Which again, now if we I indent it too deep, now again we have an error because now we would basically outdent, but we can't go less than 0. So again, this is invalid.
Gotcha.
And this is why and I totally forgot about this. This is why the closing sequence of the war string literal is determining of the indentation of the entire string.
Okay. But so,
excuse me.
Hello, Friesen.
Yes.
How's it going?
We're also glad that you could make it today. Thank you very much for joining.
Yes, thanks so much for joining.
And I guess it's time to take a moment to praise your improvements.
Yes, thank you. Perfect. So Friesen is one of our regulars, so he knows that I struggle with this quite a bit. Thank you for, like, it's nice to be appreciated and see, like, I slowly improve, but I do improve. I mean, I've probably the copy paste thing, I'll completely fail again. But like it's baby steps. Sort of blown my own horn now too much. But thank you for acknowledging it. That actually makes me really happy. Like literally, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I've had such embarrassing moments on the show where I literally didn't get anything right. But if I'm being honest, if I copy pasted well in that episode, I will go out of the episode being like, yes, good job. It could be worse. And if you know, if you've been in that episode, you will know. Anyway, but now we only have like one file, but we want more than one file, don't we?
We want more than one file, yeah. We could do some, because what is changing between class 1, 2, and 3 is only the last name here, and also the type name here. So basically it has 2 differences. So we could have a method and then exchange that, but maybe this is also too like overkill. Maybe we just paste them. On the other hand, do we really need 3 files? Maybe we just have, maybe we condense them to just one, where we have one type that has a block scoped namespace and one type that has a file scoped namespace. Maybe this suffices and we get rid of some duplication. What do you think, to make the test a little bit more easier, less code?
Sorry, so you're suggesting that we only have like 2 files instead of like
6? Yeah.
Okay, but like, why did we originally have 6 files? Did I have any particular reason, or did we just? Because if I'm being honest, like I've never had like a project. I've never written like a project that has like 2 files. I don't think. That's probably a lie, but maybe like a calculator at some point. But like generally, that's like an edge case. Like most projects that we want to cater to will have more than, I suppose, 2 files, because otherwise they wouldn't need the entire tool. So like, from that perspective, I like being as close to reality as possible. But
then we can also do to 6. Then it's just a little bit more copy paste. It's perfectly fine.
Oh no, I completely revert that then. No, I think we should only have 2 files. I think 1 will actually suffice.
Okay.
I mean, if it works with 1, it will work with all of them. Like we can do performance testing later on. Future episode.
That's a wonderful 1080, I think is the
yeah
move. I don't know.
Great.
We can do both. It's just some copy pasting. It's just basically.
Like it's nothing.
It is. It's just copy paste and change a 1 to a 2. I guess this is it. Yeah. but it gets more code. Whatever you prefer. Both is like.
So you would just post, like literally copy it once and then post it 6 times.
No,
5 times.
3 times, because we want I think
Okay, I can do that.
So class
I can do
1,
that.
2, and class 1, 2, and 3 are really the same. It's just different type name. But class 4, 5, and 6, they're actually different because they have a file scope namespace, not a block scoped namespace, just to ensure that we don't do any, that we don't have any
Okay.
errors
I will-
there in our
I will
code.
do
that
a
we
little
can
bit
handle all
more.
of the C# syntax.
In that case, I will do a little bit more copy pasting for today. Hope everyone's very excited. I am definitely. Oh my god. Do I have to do anything? No. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking. Okay. That was easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Good day today.
We also need a file extension, so we also want to add .cs on
Oh,
the type name here.
yes. Correct.
On the path.
.cs. And I'm gonna copy that. I'm just gonna paste it. I'm gonna. Oh, hey.
Also, you're following. Sorry, and I'm clicking around like I did not mean to.
It's okay. I could just unfollow you, but I'm lazy. Okay, I did it.
Unfollow on X, not on unfollow on live stream, not on X. Okay.
Yeah. It's just because sometimes I get like with all the like jumping around, like if I'm watching here and like on my screen, I get a little bit lost. And just to save all of us a little bit of time, I like to follow Stefan around.
Not too extensively though. And now the other 4 types, which use a different C# syntax, the file scope namespaces.
Gotcha. Oh, did I? On your screen, I can't see everything highlighted, but on my screen, I do. Okay, I think I'm
Well, it
confident.
should, whatever your screen says should be true for your local
Okay.
experience, because I think we have different clipboards. So if you copy something, you don't overwrite my clipboard. So I still paste my stuff. I can't paste yours, and you can't paste mine.
Gotcha. Oh, I did it wrong, didn't I?
Let me just write that briefly. File dot write. So you can
There you go.
keep your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes. Oh, and okay, so I just paste it, or should we already do the? No, and then we need this, and we need
My, how do we call it? My class 4.cs.
So I learned this multiple line thingy in, I think, our first or second episode. I'm quite proud of it.
What you can also do, if it's about indenting
I did it
or
wrong,
outdenting, you can also highlight line 99 to 109 and then hit tab to increase the indentation, or shift tab to outdent.
Okay.
By 1
Let me try that.
Yeah.
Nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Next.
And I guess then another 2 times for class 6 and
Oh, we need this.
5
Oh,
and
yes,
6.
because it's different. Okay, gotcha.
For some reason, I think when I created the project, like this was the first project I created, just created 3 per namespace variant. I don't know. Could have been 100, could have been just 1.
Oh. And we need 5, and we need 6. Nice.
Then we also need the CS proj. I'll do the
the mic.
The CS proj.
Okay, but we don't have to change the mic class, do we? Because it's an internal.
Oh yes, we actually do, because
Okay.
otherwise it would be an error. If you have the same class, if you have the same non-partial type definition within the same namespace, within the same assembly, this would be a compiler error.
Gotcha.
Because it's ambiguous. I'll
3
fix those for the others as well. Yes.
I've already done one.
Okay, cool.
Gotcha.
I'll write. Would you mind copying the CS proj, the content of the CS proj file? I'll write the file.write all text.
I have to unfollow you then. And oh no, I haven't even like opened my solution explorer.
You don't. Okay, then I just
want to
click
get around. Where is it? Oh, I haven't been on here in ages. How do I open it actually? Got it. And we want. Oh, you now I stopped following you, and you've been in the file the whole time. Is that what just happened? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yes, it was.
Okay. So I will. Perfect. I will copy this. I'm sorry. We're trying to multitask.
Don't worry about it.
And
just copy project. Test project.
New. And we do it here. And then, okay, but this. Wait. No, that's not right.
More. We're not. Yes. No. Not the project. Not the No. To the. Oh yes. No, you're right. And both property groups also by one intention level, because it's XML. They are nested below the project. Yes.
Okay.
I believe I need to cheat. Yes. Cool. Okay. And we have two more files which are within a directory. Let's ignore the directory for now. But we also have the assembly info.cs and this global using.cs, which are in the properties directory. We take care of the directories later on. Let's just create those files as well.
Yes. Let's.
Also, I go into assembly info.
I am here. I got it. Okay.
Bloop. Assembly info.cs.
That's funny. And the other one is the global. Oh, the global usings is empty though.
Then it's empty.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is there to confuse and basically make the test more. Yeah, to have something that has the name, but it doesn't have the correct path, so it should be totally ignored.
Gotcha.
So if it's dramatically empty, then it's just turned to string, and it will be global usings.
Always one. Okay.
And that's the wonderful thing about the raw string literals, because we can still have those double quotes, but it doesn't terminate the string because it's a raw string literal. Oh, I love raw string literals, but I obviously cannot write them.
In German, we have this wonderful word called Schadenfreude.
Oi.
Yes.
Oi.
No, it's okay.
I will get back to you on episode 15. No.
I don't think you even need to get back at me. Like I literally do the embarrassing myself on my own.
Okay.
I don't think you know to do anything. I think just tell me to quickly copy paste this from the file, and you will have a comedy show. Yeah. This is why I only create original content. None of my teachers ever thought I was copy pasting anything. They knew I wasn't. It's an impossibility. Okay. Enough about me.
Now we need to get care of the correct directory. What we still had from last time is we did something around projects. So what we knew was how to find the source directory, or find this test directory, which is in source.tests. So where do we want to, if we have a look at our file explorer, which is here. There was also Solution Explorer. Cool. In the file explorer, where do we wanna put the test output? Do we want to have that in the SOC folder, or do we have an intermediate, a temporary test folder in the root? Where do we want to create a folder for the tests?
Okay, so what is?
Go ahead. Do you have a preference?
I don't know. It's just considering the different options and pros and cons. But again, it's just where we would like to find it, because we need. This is also then the place that the folder that we need to delete after each test, right?
Exactly. Yes.
So does that impact at all where it is, or where would be sort of safer for it to be? Because whenever I hear delete anything, I'm a little bit scared.
Yes. So,
Like,
yeah. So it should be something new. So if this folder, we should have some code. If this folder exists already because we created it somewhere through some other facility, like the test should fail, just to make sure that we don't delete anything that was there already. Well, on the other hand, everything is checked in, and as long as we don't kill the Git folder, everything is restorable. So maybe it's not that much of a deal. This is what we have source control for, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Fair enough.
So what I'm now looking at is what we did in the last episode together with Matthias, because we also created some output directories where we put in our NuGet packages and such. And I'm wondering what we chose there, and maybe we stick with that. And I'm trying to recall where we did that. Didn't we have some? Oh, there we go. So we just put them into the root directory. In the root directory, we had an artifacts directory. So maybe let's stick with that. And then a test results. Well, this wouldn't be test results. This would be test, like a test scratch, testing, or just test. So maybe let's have so in the root artifacts, and in artifacts we then have some folder that I'm not certain yet.
But you're not certain about the name, or you're not certain about...
Yes, about the name.
So, but test results does not work because it's not really a result of the test, but it is a result of the application. So is it like... Why not test output? Is that something we've used a lot today?
I think output is a different name. Also, because it's the output.
It's what we get, right?
Because with output, I'm more... This is like something final, something that is created. This is like this is just some scratch directories, just some scratch files that we create that the file then operates on. Maybe let's start with tests, that we can rename it anytime.
Okay, gotcha.
Or testing or something. So I guess in our... So we want to get to the root, actually. So we don't want to get to the source test directory. We actually want to get to the root. So from our existing method, I'll just remove the tests here so that we find our source directory. And this will be... Hold on. Actually, we want to find our root. Now I'm thinking, can we do this with Nuke, actually? I guess because in Nuke it's well simple, because this is what Matthias's project already takes care of. We just say root directory and it does what it does. So maybe in the next iteration we just replace that. For now, let's call this get. Let's call get root directory. Excuse me.
Yeah, no. I was just still thinking about the name of the thing. Because I was thinking of calling it Scratchbook, because you said Scratch. And then if you delete a Scratchbook.
Scratchbook it is.
Yay!
And then we go into the parent here, which could be null. Which is, if it is null, let's throw a new invalid operation exception. And say, I don't know yet to do. This should not happen. So we will find our source directory. And when we have the source directory, we get the parent of that, which will be our root directory. So in other words, we change test project to root direct to root direct. Actually, let's call it... How do you want to call it?
Scratchbook.
Scratch. I call it Scratch directory. And this will be then get... do I write Scratch right? So we will get the root directory. And from the root directory, we append artifacts and we append Scratchbook.
Nice.
And then we have our Scratch directory. Cool. So we have the path to our Scratch directory.
Okay.
And from that, we want to, well, I guess we also want to create a new directory per project. So let's have a method. I'll just briefly create a method, public static string get Scratch directory. We can pass in some name. And we will return a path.combine starting from the Scratch directory and just append the name. So we can now here, let's create a new string Scratch. File system utilities dot get Scratch directory. How do we call now? So what do we append after? Oops. What do we append after the artifacts Scratchbook? So on a per test level, so that every test is in its own directory. Well, we could use the test name.
Yeah.
Or we could also just create. We could do some GUID. We could do GUID.new GUID.
Yeah.
Which will be some random unique thing. And to string that. Or we create a name from the, or we just say get type. Dot get, is it just name? The full name of the type.
What would that be then? So sorry, what's the?
I'm not entirely certain. Let's find out. This should be, I think it will be namespace dot type name. But it isn't the method name. We don't have the method name included.
Yeah.
Okay, we could do some magic. So what's the? You want to do magic?
Yeah, I definitely want to do magic.
But I hope I can get. Yeah, I guess we can. So okay, let's see. What's that? Evaluate in debug console. Okay, so this would be the full type name.
Yeah.
Namespace plus type name, but it doesn't include the test name. If you have multiple test names, now they would interfere with each other.
Okay.
Oi.
Oh, so fast.
I should have closed. Can we disconnect? Yes.
Oof. What's just going on?
Let's close it. Yeah, let's close everything. Okay. Because there is C# has some compiler. How is this called? Caller member arguments. Yeah, attributes interpreted by the compiler. So we can basically get the file path of the caller, the line number of the caller, or the member name of the caller.
Method of property.
Unfortunately, we cannot get the type name. So we could get via that, we could get the caller name, and we could also pass in that type, I guess, to get the type name. So we could have type name dot member name. So we could say caller member name. So in the get Scratch directory, we add this caller name. This requires some namespace. And also, so we do some string interpolation here, where we combine member name dot, and here we do, well, I guess we still need a type. And then say type dot get full name. No, is it just name? Full name.
Okay.
Yes. So in here we say get type. And although this has two parameters, since we mark this as default, the compiler will now basically insert that method name.
Okay, so sorry, the method name is the member name? No.
The method name is the caller name.
Sorry, the caller name.
Let's see what we get.
And the type would be what?
So because let's step into this method.
Yeah.
So we get the type.
Yeah.
The type will be our using directive test type.
Using directive test. Okay.
So this will be the type from where we are calling from. So this type.
Yeah.
And the full name will be the namespace plus the type name. And then the caller member name, as we see, this is now filled by the compiler. Oops.
Okay.
This is now filled by the compiler to the
Yay!
name of the
test.
method.
Yeah. And because we decided to call our methods after this, what was the system action? No. What was it? It was just on the screen. Because it really well describes kind of count.
The caller member name attribute? No.
Yeah.
So this
so it was
like
name? Yeah. Count project and test final occurrences. So that's what it does. No, what is that? How? Sorry, I knew this at some point, and apparently it's left my mind. How do we come up with those names again? Like, what's the?
This one.
Yeah.
So this is the method under test.
Yes,
count.
method under test.
This is the scenario project under test. I guess this is a bad scenario name.
This is yeah. That's why I was confused.
We should rename that, and this is the expected output.
Outcome. Okay. Gotcha. And yeah, no, that's really, really good. But that means it's a very, very long name, right?
Yeah.
Is that good?
On I think on Windows we have a 260 character line limit.
Okay.
Maybe,
and a human wouldn't have to look at it.
Maybe it's going to be long. Okay. No, not unless we do some debugging. But in regular cases, no, we won't look at it. So I guess it's fine. But it's also very distinct, so we know exactly. We know exactly which test created that.
And why did you want to have the type as well as just like the member name?
Technically, we could have the same method in different types, and then we would have an ambiguity.
Gotcha.
And that's why I would like to have it unique. And yeah. And basically what the compiler does, by having caller member name here, what the compiler does is basically using this name and inserting it here. So this is what it gets called with. Get type and this name here. But since we use caller member name, we don't need to explicitly state it, but have the compiler fill it.
Gotcha.
If we would have theories, we would run into trouble. Because a theory, we would have the same method name.
Yeah.
This would be trouble. So I guess it's good enough for now, but
it's not. Yeah.
Theories, we need to revise that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Then we might have to use that GUID string situation.
Or additionally append a GUID just to be super unique.
Oh my God, yes.
Because just
that
from
would be
the GUID,
perfect.
If we just have the GUID, we don't really know. Well, if we do some debugging, we don't know which test created it.
Yeah.
It could be any. So maybe it's helpful. But on the other hand, maybe it's not. And just GUID, yeah. Are you content with the solution for now?
I'm content. I think it's a good solution.
Then let's use that.
How about you?
Not me, you. This reminds me, what was the movie? There was some movie where there was like, not me, you. No, he.
Me before you, probably, is what you mean. And it's a very sad movie. Isn't it? No.
Oh, I thought it was some Jackie Chan, Chris Tucker.
Okay. Gotcha. We got
Rush
completely
Hour?
different
Rush
directions.
Hour? Yeah, I guess so.
Could be. Okay, nice. I haven't actually seen that in ages. I think I saw it as a kid at some point. There you go.
And now we have a path, or base path perhaps.
Yep.
And all we need to do now is here do some path combine to combine this base path with the name. So if you could help me, basically apply this to the others as well. Do a path.combine. This is what we do two episodes ago, where we have
Is
the
it-
base path that we extracted, and then append the my class to it, and this now should create the file.
Okay, I'll copy paste it.
And I'll start from the bottom with the assembly infos, path.combine, where we also have a base path properties directory. Same here.
So is it the same with 4, 5, and 6, or just with 1, 2, and 3?
All of the 6 C# files,
Nice.
because they are in the same directory.
Correct.
And some request fails constantly. Oh,
Yep.
can I suppress this?
What's the request?
I'm not certain. I constantly get errors from some extension.
Every time I click something, I think.
That's interesting.
6. But I'm done.
Path.combine, base path, cspurge. Cool. And I think if we run this test now, this should create, let's pass the scratch in here.
Oh, okay.
This should create those directories. Let's run the test. Let's take a look at the output directory. Oh, file not found. Ooh, okay. We still have to create a directory. If the directory doesn't exist, this will fail. Okay. So we need to say...
Yeah.
Excuse me?
I was just wondering if we then have to, do we have to create it like once and then it's fine? Or do you
Yes.
also just have to add it?
Would you like to try to create a directory?
Oh my God. I would love that, but I have literally no clue where to start.
Well, we are not dealing with files now. We're not dealing with directories.
Okay, so I'm going to
Yes.
start with directory
dot
create
create
directory.
Ooh, there we go.
Easy. It's probably a method, right?
This just takes a path. Yeah, let's
This
pass
just
the
takes
path.
a path, and the path is, what is it, base path? No. Yes. Yes.
And we also need to create a second directory, the path.combine base path for the properties subfolder. Properties, but this should be it.
Cool.
So no, that's just that's from the test. And oops, testing. Tests. And the test is
Implemented exception.
Okay, if we have the error, we also I guess we also need to so it looks good. It looks good. Our code gets invoked. So there we go. We now have an artifacts directory. This artifact directory has a scratchbook directory. The scratchbook directory has a oops. Can I show? Oh, come on.
No, I don't think.
Too short. Anyway, but it's super small, but it says
But it was fun though.
Directory, so it's the full name.
Yes.
And I guess we can do reveal in File Explorer. Yeah. So there it is. Artifacts, scratchbook, and this super long file name. So there we go.
Perfect. Nice.
Cool.
Okay.
But we also need an error.
Why?
Because we're actually doing that because we're using it in our let's jump to the correct code. This will be in our production code. Actually, I should use the Solution Explorer. Yes. This will be in our CLI library. In our application, this is what we did in the beginning where we still have to do. So here, write this to his error, but it's throw, so this is not good. And
but is it? Sorry, can you just, the error, isn't it on workspace failed? So why did the workspace fail?
Hold on, that's actually console.error. So that's not, there should be another to do, use system.command-line.console. We're not using the system command line console here actually. So this shouldn't be the problem, but maybe there's some other problem.
Okay.
So we actually should also implement the error in the test console. Would you like to do that?
Yeah.
Now the cool thing is that
yes.
the error stream is of the same type as the out stream. So since we already have this type written, we don't really need to write a new one. So we don't need a new type.
We don't need a new type, but well, it's already the same type, isn't it?
It's the same type, yes. Yes.
But so what do we want to return on the error?
So we can reuse this type that we wrote, but you don't want to reuse the out here because we don't want to conflate. Is that the correct word? No, we don't want to have the out streams and the error streams intertwined. But you can create a new instance of this type and then use it there.
Okay, so we need a new field.
Yes.
Oh, that's not read only. And it's the same type. Stream writer. And we call it error.
Excellent.
New. Oh, and then we need to return it here, right? Yes.
Mm-hmm. And let's also for now, let's assert that this is empty. Can I do assert empty? Let's assert that our error stream is emptied so that we don't have any errors.
Nice.
But if we have errors, the test will fail. So this should now show what the error is, because obviously something is writing to the error stream, but we don't know yet what it is. And now I may be running into trouble because those files exist already. I'm not sure what the overwriting strategy is using per default, but we will find out momentarily. Execute is okay. So we don't know what because the exit code is actually 1. We don't go to the exit code. I'll comment that out for now so that we actually get to the assert and see what's going on under the what's actually going on. And we don't get any output. Yes, but what do we have in the error? If we say error, how can we, oops. How can we, I want to inspect I don't know how to do this with VS Code.
Yep.
Inspect the error. Inspect the error variable. So, well, we can do text.toString. We can we not? So not when the test failed because I need to do debugging.
Oh,
okay. But the test already stopped running. Yeah, everything is gone. We don't know. Now we can evaluate. I guess we can also hover it, right? Yeah, so we can actually hover it and see. That's cool. So we can toString it and evaluate in the debug console, and we got some errors. File not found exception. Project file not found. Ooh, yes. Okay, project file not found. That is. Maybe we do the error beforehand so that we know beforehand what the error, that there is an error. And it would now say, okay, file not found, and this should be some setup issue of the test.
But we saw the files created.
Yes, I think it's just because I'm using the wrong args here, because the args that we create is using the Scratch directory,
Okay.
but it should, no, hold on. Yes, it doesn't contain the project file. So we wanna path.combine that. Okay, this is not the nice, we wanna get the Scratch plus the project name. So perhaps the create project returns a string, which is the project name. Return, where's the csproj here? Csproj, this one. I'll just copy paste it. Let's clean it up afterwards.
Yep.
So we now have the project name.
So much better at copy pasting.
String project. And we combine the Scratch with the, oh no, that's actually a project. And this will be our project. And now we should be able to run a test. And get another error. Okay,
Great.
So actually error is empty. That's good.
Okay, but the assertion didn't do its equal failure. Okay, but was it because files already existed? No.
No, because I renamed the test project. It's no longer project under test. It's just test project. So still fixing the project name. Now we get, we only have 3 system usings, but not 6. This surprises me. Let's take a look at the, oh no, it's not in solution, but in the file output, in our artifacts, we have here our project. We do have a my class 1, class 3. Oh, yes. So the 4, 5, and 6 are missing the system using.
Oh my God. Is that a copy paste problem?
I'm afraid so.
I was so close to having a good episode.
I'm afraid so.
What? Yeah. Everything is terrible. Today is the worst day of my life. Friesen is disappointed. You is disappointed. Everyone all across the globe, all the way to Brazil, is disappointed, and especially me. Great.
Well, it's one line. And when we have that, it will be a good test.
Oh, yes, actually, because, what I wanted to try is to test, like never trust a green test. So you always should, we would have done that anyways.
You're perfectly right.
I'm so sad, though.
Well,
this is I'm sad.
I don't know.
Nothing can say. Yeah. Me neither. Okay, never mind. Do we still have to delete it though?
Exactly. So how do we go about that? Delete the project afterwards. How do we kill that?
Good question.
And Eggplant is training. Eggplant in training is back. And I think this is a great path of finding all intricacies with testing.
Yes, you're too kind. Eggplant in training has also been familiar with my copy-paste insecurities. And so thank you for trying to cheer me up. It's not working though. It's working a little bit. It's working a little bit. It's good to know that you guys are with me.
So the forwardness of testing the tests.
Yes.
I think this is this called mutation? No, it's not mutation testing, but I guess it's some sort of testing. Copy-paste testing. Is this a new thing?
It is for me. Oh.
So how would you delete? So now we have several files. The thing is, now we have more files because we let Waslin run. It does some compilation. Now we have more files actually created. If we go into the output, into our artifacts, we see that there is more. There is also bin and obj files, which do get created when building projects. So this is what Waslin now creates. So we can't be sure that there is exactly the files that we created originally, because also our test may manipulate files and create new files, delete files.
Yeah.
So we can't be sure that exactly those files that we created exist. But what we can be sure is what we created. So this directory, this test directory folder, we can be sure that this one is still there. So how would we go about deleting this one?
Can we not just delete everything? Well, everything that's in artifacts. Is there anything else in there? Yes, the
could
bin and the
also,
obj, I suppose. But
yes, we could do that. But if we delete everything in the Scratch, well, we shouldn't delete everything in the artifacts, but Scratchbook is the thing.
is everything that's in artifacts, though.
So we could kill currently, yes, but we could also, if we merge with the other branch, artifacts may create some NuGet packages. And if we run stuff in parallel, which is unlikely but possible, then we different processes now interfere with each other, and then we basically violate the isolation.
Okay, so we just delete the Scratchbook.
Yeah, well, on the test, yes. If we delete if we still have tests if we have other tests in parallel that also operates on a Scratchbook, and we kill the entire Scratchbook, then again it wouldn't be quite isolated. So this test created that folder, so that test may eliminate that folder. I think this is the
3 times the charm.
The safe deletion, yeah.
Okay.
How would you delete a directory?
I'm feeling so confident. I don't know where I got it from. Eggplant and training make me confident again. But I think, can we just go to, wait, how do we delete what was the exact?
Directory.
Directory, thank you very much. I would just go to directory. Oh, that's not a dot. Dot. Delete! Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then I pass in, what do I pass in actually? Something. The Scratch, right? No.
We need this. Yes, because the Scratch. Well, I guess Scratchy is a bad name because it's actually the entire project. So maybe let's call the Scratch project.
Yeah. Okay.
And yes, Scratch project is the right thing to delete.
Okay. Easy.
However, if I recall, I haven't done file access in quite some time. Well, more low-level file access. I think this will fail. It will say that the directory is not empty. So apparently, if we delete the directory, it must be empty. Let's take a look at the overloads that we have.
But why?
I guess if we take a look at the documentation, it deletes an empty directory.
Oh, okay. So there's a different method.
So I guess this is by default a bit of a safety that we don't delete something like, I don't know, C. Can we delete C? Can we delete the root? I'm not certain, but I don't know, some Windows directory, then everything is gone. So it's more of a bit of a safety mechanism that you don't accidentally delete everything. So you need to explicitly say that you wanna also kill everything within it. And I think there is one second overload in this method group, which has the Boolean. And the Boolean is recursive and says true to remove directories, subdirectories, and files in path, otherwise false. So if we pass true, then everything is gone.
Nice.
Automatically.
And that's exactly what we want.
And now this should be, if we run it after the test, I expect this to turn green and the Scratchbook folder to be empty, and it is. Scratchbook is empty, there is nothing in between anymore, and the test is green.
Okay, so I can't copy paste, but at least I can still delete.
And now we have an isolated test that can run in parallel with other tests as well. I guess this connects what I mentioned earlier, that what actually Eggplant Training has suggested to use. Do I still have the tab open? To use, I don't. test containers.
Yeah.
Where with this package we could also we then don't do file-based access, but put it into a container. We create per test a new container and then nuke the entire container. And this also would ensure isolation.
Yeah.
But this will be a separate Docker episode that we will do in the future.
I'm actually excited about that. I've been wanting to learn more about this subject in general. So
we are dramatically over time. Do you still have some time to also file to also what we applied now to this test to move it to the other test as well? Or should we call it a day, night, morning, whatever?
I have time and I'm definitely motivated to continue. It's just that, in the past, when we've dramatically sort of gone over time, my setup used to, fail me. So if that happens, I apologize in advance. But everything looks good. I see, my docking station didn't do any funny business up until now. So I think let's continue. How if you were up for it, I mean,
sure.
Obviously. Yeah,
Most
I mean, you
definitely.
suggested it, so I assumed. But okay, so we have two sets of. Well, we have multiple sets of tests, but basically we have tests for the counter and for the globalizer, and we want to now put it on all of those.
So to do the same thing that we did now for the globalizer, so that we can get rid of this shared project, so we don't have any shared resources between the tests, and each test creates its own container, its own Scratch directory, and is independent of anything else.
Sounds good. But how do we do it?
With copy paste from the other
I think
directory.
I'm so tired. Let's go to bed. It's enough for today. Oh my god. No, you know what? I'll take this as an opportunity to right my wrongs and try again, because that's the most important thing. And one day I will proudly copy paste on live coding sessions. And yeah, that will be those will be the days. Okay, so what do we copy paste though? Everything.
I guess the thing where we create our directory for the test, which we then afterwards delete. And then we also want to create, we have this entire create project thing. Okay, so I guess this could be shared. You know what? For now, I'll just copy paste this over as well. Let's see if we can get rid of this duplication afterwards. Just putting it here. And so basically, doing the setup, creating this, getting a path to the Scratch directory, creating the project with the root of the directory, then passing this created CS project to the run method, and then afterwards delete it again. I guess does this work without following, or with following?
You want me to copy paste all of that over without following you?
Okay, I can also do the following thing.
I mean, no, I'm just checking. I mean, depends on how long you wanna.
Okay.
No.
But
I think
okay. More.
No, I think we can. I can.
Easier for you.
I think I've unfollowed you. Yes, I've unfollowed you. We can try it. We can do it. I'm confident. Confidence. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. No, I'm actually confused. I think I'm in the wrong place. No, I'm in the right place. But what is going on? Okay, let's start bit by bit. Where are you? I'm here. Okay, I'm with you. Perfect. So we definitely need these two things.
Yes.
Copy them. And we go to globalizer tests, and I have to put them up by the console, right? No. Yes. We're on. Where are you? No.
Let's do it on the test level for now, Because we could have
Yes.
a second test, and the second test should create its own project. Only
Okay,
because tests
gotcha.
are in the same type or in the same collection from an XUnit lingo, they still shouldn't share resources necessarily, at least. Maybe they do,
Okay.
but not in our case, because we are mutating the project. They would interfere with each other and then wouldn't be
Okay.
isolated anymore.
So in the arrange area, then yes. Okay. The args, okay, and then ooh, we get a squiggly line. No, that was there
I
before.
don't see. Also because we now have the project name twice. Let's do some cleanup, because we now create the project just on a file based level. We don't do any MS build anymore. So we could totally get rid of that. I don't think so, but let's comment out what we. Yeah, we could get rid of this because we don't need that anymore. We can. We then open the project again and asset the top level. We quite did it on the project level. We really don't need to do this anymore.
Okay.
We later on just assert. We then just assert files afterwards, which makes stuff very straightforward. Because this is actually code that we do in the. This is code that we do in the unit test already. So this is actually quite duplicated. Actually, I like that we get rid of Worslin here, so we have a different. We really embrace the fileness.
I also never thought I'd hear that sentence out of your mouth.
Oh yeah. Well, because we already use in the unit test, we use Worslin extensively. So
fair enough.
Doing it again is quite
No, you're right. It's duplication. I agree. Why did we do it originally? Just because we could, I suppose.
Yeah,
or
I guess
was
so.
there like?
Well, we didn't have the file-based thing. We did everything.
Oh yeah.
We didn't do anything file-based manually. Now switching to a more file-based approach is, and it's a different angle. I guess that's the Swiss cheese model, to have different test angles, and when we layer the Swiss cheese, then there won't be any holes because they cover each other. Yeah.
Nice.
Now I want cheese. God damn it.
I know, me too. That's the only thing I can think of now.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Let's finish it and get cheese.
Excellent. I will have cheese afterwards. It's late. I shouldn't, but I will.
I don't have any cheese at home.
That's on you. Why am I so mean today?
It's okay, because I failed you and the whole community.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I was also mean to you before, so that's fine. Okay, let's do it. Also, you don't live that far away from me. I'll come over and steal your cheese if you are too mean.
I want to see that. Okay, no, I don't. So we have. I'm getting courageous now. So we create the project. We create all the files that we want. We know where the project is. We now need to pass this project to the string array. So we do have a create args method, and that basically creates this args collection, the local using and the project. So we don't want to pass in the Scratch directory here, but the project that we create out of there.
Okay, so project. Right?
Cool. Yes. And then we have the args. Then we run it. This will now globalize all the usings. Then we hope it will be successful. And then we won't do any Worslin stuff anymore. So how can we assert that? Well, without the project, that's for sure. But we should still pass the Scratch project, which will be the root. So this will be no longer a project, but just a string, and then we do very, very manual assertions. I guess that's fine. And so we don't have any logic here, but we just assert all the strings, exactly how they look like. Yeah, this will be not, what's the opposite of concise? This will be very lengthy, but it will be from our AAA tests, it will be definitely thorough.
Okay. But So are these the things that but this is from the counter, isn't it? This is the output counter. We want
Sorry,
the-
I was in the wrong project. Yes. So
Okay.
the globalizer. So here we now basically assert then all the files. We'll do that afterwards.
Okay.
And I guess then at the end we delete the project again. You know what? Let's not delete it. Let's then check it manually. So we still have to delete it afterwards.
Okay, now I'm not
And
clicking
now-
anything and you get the
Yes,
request
there
correction.
is-
So it's not me.
No, tech. We just do the problems. We just do the code problems. Today is
Yeah.
tech problem day.
It's okay. It's like first episode after summer break. So
That's my excuse now for everything. It's my first anything after summer break. I need to do a lot of summer breaks now.
haven't you been using that? Like I use it all the time. Yeah.
So how do we assert now? I guess we now can go assert dot equals. And we pass in the expected. So this will be a big string. Would you mind passing in here the basically
Just mental preparing myself.
basically the type, because we in our test we globalize
Okay.
the system using. So basically pasting in all of the classes, but without the system using.
Kind of like I did before, though. I'm sure I
Should
can
we-
do that.
Should we reduce it to 2 though, or do we keep it with 6 files? Because this will be lengthy. We can also say it will be 4, or we
Listen,
reduce it to 2 because it's good enough. What do you think?
I mean, again, like there is the tester part in me that says I want it to be as close to reality as possible. And then there's the copy paste noob. Well, no, it's not even a noob. It's just, I don't know, the part of me that can't copy paste. That's like, 2 will be fine. Let's try with let's. And usually it would be really lengthy, so it would be maybe a
Yeah.
little bit unreadable.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, so let's just do 2. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
So
Then let's get rid of the.
oh,
So we
you're
have
getting rid of
44.
those as well? Oh yeah, of course you
Yeah.
have to.
Because
no.
I also want to assert that we have only those files, that there are no more files, only the ones that we expect.
Okay, that makes me sad now. I'm usually never sad about deletion.
Should we bring
code,
it back?
But
We
I've
can bring it
invested
back.
so much. No, it's fine.
I can bring it back. Okay. So we now have one file which uses.
No, I mean it depends on what you is thinking. Okay, for everyone who joined later, we do have a viewer called you, and it's really funny. I mean, it's a brilliant username. But yeah, what the viewers are thinking as well, because like I'm sure many people will look at this file and be like, "What is this? I can't read it. I don't want to read it." But yeah, I don't know. 2 or 6 is the
So we
question.
have 2 or 6. If we have 2, then it's quite forward, because we have one type that only has the block scope namespace, one which has the file scope namespace, our CS proj, some additional files.
Let's do
and
2.
That's cool. So we need here this needs to be the my class 1.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, I think it should be file.read all text. Yes.
And then
All
okay.
text. Dot combine. How did you call that project? My class 1.cs. My class 4.cs.
Okay.
Would you mind inserting the body of the files here.
Gotcha. Yes. That's not it. This one.
And I'll assert the rest.
And for so it's again class 1. We've got assembly info. Yep.
Assembly info. Yeah, assembly info should then be, well, assembly info should be unchanged. That should be still the original. Then we have oops. Path dot line here. Okay. So this will be the global. I think the global usings is just empty, so that's simple. And we have, or we just say empty here. Cool. What else do we have? The CS Proj. CS Proj, because this one should also remain unchanged. And I guess this will actually, now doing it like that, this will actually highlight a problem of our production code that we didn't catch so far while using the Roslyn thing.
Oh.
Which would be quite interesting. I've jumped somewhere. I do not know what just happened.
What happened?
If you insert, there is some,
What happened?
We got some implementation of something.
I didn't do anything.
I just, no, I think it was me. Equals, so here we need the CS Proj. And file.read all text. We're really stress testing live share here.
Okay.
I think I'm having the wrong method. It's just equal. Yeah, I invoked the wrong method, sorry. And what else do we need? I think those are, yes, and now we have one additional file, the global using, of course. So that's the new file. This will be the new global using. That doesn't exist yet. I guess this should just be a global using of system, because this is what we expect. File.read all text, and we expect path combine. With the path combine, we do have a lot of duplication. File read all text and the path combine. I guess afterwards we can refactor this into a method, into a helper method that we reuse to reduce a lot of code here. And this should be global usings.cs. And I think overall we could also have another assert to assure that we don't get any new files. So we can say, I'm not sure about the counter, just say 100 for now, because we expect that the directory dot files is it get files or enumerate files? I'm not certain about the difference. Get files returns a string. And how do we get all? There's also enumeration options and search options with a search pattern. I'm wondering, Google time, our Bing time, C# get all files recursively. Enumerate files with the star.star pattern and search options with all directories. Okay. And we need the project. And this is an array, so we want to check the length. of that. So how many files do we actually expect? Oh, this also creates this also contains the build files, right? This doesn't work.
Didn't they use the other method with the enumerate, not the get files?
Yes, get files I think is a newer method which actually returns an array. The enumerate returns an IEnumerable, but
Okay.
since we want the count, we can materialize it. But we would also get all those intermediate files that get created. So maybe this doesn't work like that.
No.
It doesn't. Not sure we can ensure that there's no other C# other than bin. Well, we can. I think we are the search pattern. We need to exclude the bin and obj folder. I think this is some regex to write. My regex, I need to look that up. My regex is bad. But somehow exclude basically the bin and object folders, but all of the other folders, and then ensure that we have, how many files should we have? We have the csproj, we have 2 classes, we have 2 types in the properties directory, and we have 1 new global info, so it should be 6 files. But this wouldn't work for now because we get all those intermediate files as well.
Gotcha.
So we need to tweak that search pattern here. But this should be a quite forward test then, to ensure that we only create, and this now could show that could now unveil an issue that our previous testing hasn't so far.
Dim. This is sort of, if this was a TV show, it would go to a cliffhanger, something, or to a close-up. Something would happen.
We expected empty, but we got yes. There is our problem.
We expected empty, but we got a global using system. But why did we expect empty if it was globalized?
Because that's a different file. If we already have a global using file, this is now a bug that is unveiled by this testing that we haven't before. Because we do have a properties/global usings file already, but it's empty. But our default is not properties/global usings, it's just global usings. But obviously our code is still applying this global usings here, and this is where our assertion fails. We expect this file still to be empty because it was empty previously. But our production code does an error here. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Okay, then let's take a look at the actual file, because we don't delete it yet. So that's the cool thing. If we don't delete it, we still have it on disk, and we can see what has happened. So the Mac class system is gone. That's good. System is gone. That's good.
Yeah.
No global using file has been created here.
Okay.
But it has been added to the global using here, to this which is in the properties, because it has the same name, which is an error. Which is an error. If we would not, let's remove this assertion. Let's not create this empty. Let's not create this empty global usings file. And let's delete the scratchbook for now. Yes. And run the test again. Now I would expect it to pass if everything else is all right.
So early on in the process, we made a decision as to where we would want. Okay, never mind. What's going
on? We'll find out shortly, but it may be something else. Okay, it's just some new line stuff.
Oh, nice. Good stuff. This has been following us around like this entire episode and last one as well.
Perhaps we can write our own C# string equality method that basically does not fail if the difference is only by an ending new line. But basically ignore that because, it's not that important. And now we fail because Oh, yes, because still haven't updated the names. Oops, I wanted to do the opposite. This is just some leftover from previously because it's still have the same, the wrong. We expect the wrong project name. We haven't updated that. So the project is not project on a test, but just test project. And we no longer replace 6 occurrences, but we will see this fail shortly. We expect 2 occurrences of using the system directive to be replaced.
Yeah.
And there we go, 6 versus 2. Now it changes to 2. I'm quite confident, question mark, which is not confident at all.
Ooh, confident question mark. Confident exclamation point.
Exclamation point
Nice.
indeed. But we commented out some code. Okay, I really like it, so we can get rid of all this. Okay, this is really weird that I say the sentence Waslin here. Now we have a different angle of testing. This different angle of testing has unveiled a bug, because in the last episode I don't think we saw this bug, but now we do. And if we bring back the where is it? If we bring back the assertion that the one is empty, and if we start writing that other empty file, which is in properties, which is just called global usings. If we would call this any other way, let's call it global usings _.cs. Now I would expect the test still to pass. And it does not. File not found. Oh, yes, because I only did it halfway. If we add an underscore here, we also need to add the underscore here, of course. But now quite expecting the test to pass.
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point, indeed.
Woo!
But if we call this file, well, it is in the properties subdirectory, but it's still called global usings. But our logic still finds that per default. But this is what we said like 3 episodes ago, or 4 episodes ago, when we built the globalizer, where we did the survey, the poll, where the majority said, nah, let's not have it in properties subdirectory, but just in the root. But even if a file is there, we would assume that. So we have an error in our production code that we have now unveiled after 3 hours of testing.
Nice.
So I guess this will be final big action. Let's fix this code. So this will be in our core logic, in our globalizer. Would you like to find
Sure.
it?
Yeah. Okay. So where is... So I'm just looking at the file just very quickly. I'm going to unfollow you so you don't trip me up. Oh, you're not going to trip me up because it's right there. Default target document, global usings.cs. But
I can't focus.
Doesn't... Okay, so... Okay, so where do we actually create the file?
Yeah. Do you want to like briefly walk through the code just on a high level? Basically reading what it says, just skimming over the code.
Yes. Okay, so we just what's inside this async task of type using globalization results. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So the first is like Roslyn
what's our logic?
utilities.throw if not C#. So if it's not a C# project, we don't want to deal with it.
And also if it's less than C#10, because global usings have been introduced in C#10. If it was C#9, we also would throw because it's not supported.
Okay. And then we create this compilation.
Yes.
With project, we pass in a cancellation token. We check that it's not null. Then we get our using directive, which is a new using directive local using.
That's a type which has basically just the name and the number of occurrences of a using.
Okay. Okay. And then if it is generated code, then we don't want to do anything with it, right?
Yes, because we don't want to deal with a generated compilation. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and then we get the solution. Then we go through each document and we check that it's not generated code. And then we go, we take the syntax root. So get syntax root async, yes. And if it's null, blah, blah, blah. And we get the compilation unit. So what was the compilation unit again?
So actually casting it here because we know the syntax root is actually a compilation unit.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about the compilation unit that has the usings, the top level usings already. So that makes stuff much more easier for us. Yeah.
Much easier in this. Yeah. Okay. Throw if contains error. So this is generated code again. Throw if cancel is requested. And then the solution at the end, globalize async. That's where we
globalize. Yes. And there's now the, yes, what do we do here?
Okay, I just followed you. Okay. Okay, what do? We get a solution, we get a project there, we get a document, we get a compilation unit, we get a local using, and we get, what's the last thing that we get? Wow.
The using directive that we add, yes. And also the cancellation because it's an async method.
Okay, so we've got everything.
Pretty much.
Okay. Then we get the options. What were the options again?
So those are the options of the document.
Yeah.
That hold information. We used that options. I actually totally forgot where we use these options for. When we create the syntax, we pass in the options down to create the correct end of line. To create the correct end of line character, because that's now depending, because on Windows and on Unix systems the end of line is different. That's the \rn /r thing, or just \n. I always forget, but the new line character is different on operating systems. So we via the options of the document, eventually we then ensure that we create the correct end of line syntax for the new node that we create.
Okay. Where are we? Okay,
so the options,
and then we get, and then we loop through the, we call it using nodes in compilation unit usings. So we loop through the first. That's the first, right? Like no.
We actually loop through all of them. So we go through all the top level usings of this document.
Yes. And if using node dot alias. Oh God, it's not null. Using node dot alias.
Do you still know what alias using is? No. So the alias using, let's go.
Yes. No, I do know. Because if you have like a using, yes. So no, I do know what it is. So if you have two,
basically have something like this, having a different name for a type, or also what we learned from David, we can also have namespace aliases. So maybe I don't want to call it system, I want to call it super. Now we can say super.console.writeline or console.out.writeline, what we learned earlier. So that's the aliases, yes.
Yes, so, it took me a while, but I got there. Yes.
So if it's an alias, we don't want to deal with it.
If it's an alias, we don't want to deal with it. If it has the static keyword, no. If is kind, syntax kind dot none. What were the ones? Yeah, if it has a static keyword or if it has a global keyword, we don't want to deal with them.
Exactly, because we don't want to globalize static usings, because this could have side effects we don't want. And if it's global already, there is nothing to globalize.
Yeah. Okay. And then if the name of whichever node we're on is the same as the local using that we pass through,
Yes.
then
Now
we
now
create
now
a
it
new
gets.
route. Now what?
So first we remove the existing
Remove
route.
it.
We
Yeah.
remove the node. Yes. So this is basically removing, so that this code here is no, where's our test? Here's our test. Basically, so the system that we have here, removing it so that it's gone. Removing
Yes.
this local using node. Yes.
Okay. But we also create a new route deep in this.
Yes, later on, but this will be at the
okay.
end. First we kill all of the local usings that match the using that we want to globalize.
Okay. And then.
And that's a bit tricky. We need to, because
Yeah.
Roslyn, everything is immutable. We create a new solution which has now this new route without
the thing.
local using
Yes.
mechanics.
And then we need to apply the solution or something like that, right? Okay. And we create a project solution, get project. Okay. And then we
don't create it. We don't create a project, but we get the project.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, sorry. We create a new variable called project, where we get the project with the project ID that we pass through. Debugger search. Okay. That's just, if it's not null, right? So,
Yes. Yeah.
The next line. Were you laughing at me?
No. I'm
No.
not coughing.
Okay.
I have a bit of a cold.
Fair. Oh no.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry. Do you hear that? Okay. Good. And then if project is single or default. So if the
I need to zoom out a little because there's a lot of code going on.
Yeah. If project.documents single or default. Okay, and here we sort of figure out if we already have a global usings file.
Yes.
And if we have that, then we I suppose if you already have a global using, then we just add to that file, and otherwise we create a new one.
Yeah,
but
this is exactly what this
if
code
I
does.
would go step by step, I'd take a little bit longer.
This is exactly what this code does, because we get this existing route because we already have one, and then we take a look if this is already existing. So we don't want to add something which is already there, and if it's not, then we create this new node and add it and create a new solution because of the immutability and so on. And otherwise, if we don't have this document, then we create a new one. So again, we create this new node because there is nothing there. We can just create a new node with this creates a new global using, and then add this new document.
Okay,
so where now is the problem where we seem to detect the wrong global using file?
So can I just one question? Is the issue that we are creating the file as we should because it's not in the right place, right? But we add to the wrong file? Or is it that we don't even create a new global using file?
That's right. We don't even create a new using file because we assume that the right one already existing, which it's not. We assume the wrong file. We assume the wrong file to be the one which is already existing. So in our test, actually what we expect is that we have properties/global usings.cs. And what the logic is assuming that this is the right one. What the logic should do if there is a global usings.cs in the root, if there is one in the root, this should be assumed as as the correct one and append to that one if it exists. And if it doesn't, create this one. But we assume that one, which is wrong. This is just a call. This is just a file called global using, but it's in the one directory. Therefore, this shouldn't have any special meaning. It's just any file. It could be any other file. It shouldn't have any relevance to us. So where in our code is the problem?
Is it a single or default here then?
Not a single default per se, but it's exactly the correct line.
Okay, so we need to find like we don't want the kind of recursion. We don't want to look in there and below. We want to just look at this level, right?
Yeah, well, we don't have that here because we get all of the documents. We can't just get all of the top level documents. All of the documents which are in no directories or subfolders.
Okay, so should we in that case check for the path? No.
Yeah, that's actually, I like that approach because what we do here is we say, so in this lambda, single or default means, do we either have that file or do we not have that file? And if we do not have that file, so in that case that we actually expect, global using would be null.
Yeah.
And then we can, so basically what returns here, then is, this would return false because it's null. This is actually a fancy C# syntax for checking if something is not null. And if it is not null, then actually assigning it to this local variable. But if it is null, then we jump to the else block. And then we create a new file because it doesn't exist yet. And in the lambda that we basically check every file, if it is that single one that we search for, we check if the document's name is the name that we search for. But apparently, can I also do, because if I do a blackboard, that's too whiteboard is too white, can I also do a blackboard? I do not know the shortcut for that. Is it K? It is K indeed. So if we have /properties/globalUsings.cs and /globalUsings.cs. So the name of both of these is the same. So we need to ensure that we don't have any path or directory or whatever. I'm not sure how this is called. Now this is what we need to find out.
That's so interesting though, because it's like it's the two, like the is like whatever is after name, these two equal signs.
Yeah.
I would assume that literally means like equal, like this and nothing else.
Oh yeah, oh yes, no. oh yes, it is. It is.
Okay.
But the problem that we have is that, okay, not right again.
Then I didn't get it. Sorry.
I showed it up. So we have props/globalUsing.cs.
Yes.
And just /globalUsing.cs.
Yes.
So those are two different documents. But they have the same name.
Why?
Because they have the same name.
Because they have the same name of the
name
actual,
is only that
because
part.
that's the path. I got it. Yes.
But there must be something on the document that specifies if we have something here or if we don't have any directories. If we only have the name, if the directories or path or whatever, if this is empty or null or whatever. So there must be something on the document.
Okay, got it. Thank you for explaining it twice.
So what do we have here on the, let's do some, what do we have here on properties? Well, I guess it's already there.
Pardon?
Well, at least I see it on my end already.
Already?
So the properties are the ones which have this wrench symbol.
Okay.
The cube are methods.
Okay. Yes.
So
yes. Okay. So I have ID name project. That's it. No. Right.
ID name project. Yes.
Project.
So the ID is the ID of the document. The name is what we had a look at. The project is the project that the document is in. Source code kind, I'm not sure. I think this says if it's generated or something. We can also get the semantic model and the tree model, but don't really need anything of these.
Okay.
At the top
Then
there
I'm in
should
the
be
wrong
more.
section. Oh yeah. Oh.
They're alphabetically sorted.
File path. Yes.
File path. Yes. What's file path? That's a string. It's a nullable string. The path to the document file, or null if there is no document file. Or null if there is no document file. Ooh, there is also folders. File path could be null. That's interesting. Okay, so now looking at these, do you see my screen? Or do you see this on your end? So that
Both.
looking at those three properties, I think there is now two ways. I think that we have the name.
Yep.
And the folders of where this name is in, basically. Or we have the entire file path. So I think we have two choices now. We either check the file path, but I'm not sure it's also nullable. I'm not also certain about the file path. Or we check the name and also if the folder that's a read-only list. So I guess this would be empty if there are no logical folders. I'm not sure what you would prefer to.
Yeah, well, if you're hesitant about the file path, then let's not use that. But I still don't quite get why folders should be empty and when.
So if we are in a /props / gu.cs, or maybe have more .props / folder / gu.cs, or just /gu.cs. So in the case of this one, where it's in the root, we don't have any folders. Here we have one folder. Here we have two folders.
I got it. Perfect. Let's do that.
But on the other hand, we have tests. I just never used the file path before. We have tests. If the test turns green, I shouldn't care all too much about what we use. If there's less code and more readable, why not?
Up to you.
Up to me.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I would go for name and also if folders are empty.
Okay, let's do it. So we have this, and then we have right here at the end, right? An and, right?
No. Let's do it within this lambda here. Because this lambda that we have here basically.
Here. Oh yeah, gotcha.
This one should return true if it is exactly this single global using files without any folders that you want, and should return false if it is any other document or a global using file that is within any folder.
Okay, we need to first of all not use file path but name again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the and here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just like the
Yeah.
and okay, and then we need to use document dot oh god, can you remind me what
folders.
It was? Folders, yes.
Now this is an I-read-only list.
Yep.
And an I-read-only list. I'll jump to SharpLab briefly. Not to source.net. I-read-only list of T has an indexer. It derives of I-read-only collection, and that one has a count. So via the count, we know how many items are within this list.
Okay, but we don't need to put in the indexers anywhere.
We don't want to index because we
count.
We want it to be 0, but then we don't have any indexes. Indices? Oh, I forgot. This is not how it works. Count is a property. It's not a method.
It's not a method? Okay.
No. Count is a property of type int.
Dot. So like an is now. No. Count? Just like that. Is? No.
Why not?
No. Yes.
Yes.
But we wanted 0, not null, actually.
0. Yes. So now again, this is I think this is C#9. Before C#9, we would have just written equals 0. What do you prefer? We can also have is if we prefer the
I
syntax
prefer
more. There is no semantic difference. It's the same. Actually, the compiler will change this into equals, so it will be the same because, yeah, that's pattern matching.
Good. Should we try it?
Indeed, we should. I'll just go ahead and find my file explorer, kill all the artifacts just to be sure that we got some empty start, and run the test.
Jam.
And it fails.
Yes. Nice.
And I'm uncertain how to actually rerun it. How can I get the result of that? Does it show here? One test, debug test, high test, go to test? Right click for more options. Peak error. Yes. Okay, some new line stuff. Oh, yes. Oh, this highlight. Does this highlight? Okay, this highlights another issue. What we had previously, we had this in a previous episode, that our CS project file, so we're now on the CS project file level, our CS project file gets modified. Can you recall? We talked about this some time ago.
Yeah.
And we now highlight the other issue, that we modify our CS project file that we don't want to do. And I'm still not certain. We talked about possible solutions to this. So this is good. It's not a different problem. So we fixed the bug. Yes. That's perfect. So I think we talked about, I'm not certain. So this will be something mega hacky. Perhaps we had to do to clean that up. But what we could do, so if we would be because I think the problem is that code when we add the document. So in that case, we can do, well, we can say, okay, this would not be the nicest solution, but we can say string, we have the old project, we set it to null. And if we actually modify the solution, we get a hold of this old project. So we can say project dot, can we get the text of the project? How to, project.get document. How can we get the CS project? Wow, I'm uncertain. Basically, store the CS project, and then, well, I guess we can
with the document with the name of the file that we want, right?
Yes, but how do we get to the project file? Is that name? But that's just a name. Is there a location? How do we know? I want to get a hold of the CS proj. File path. Cool.
Nice.
Cool. There it is. So we say file dot read all text. In this case, since we're an async land here, I'm not sure what I pressed to create this breakpoint here. Since we're an async land, let's use the async and let's await that. Pass the project file path. And we also want to pass the cancellation token that we have because it's an async method. And we do have a warning, possible null reference exception, the path, because the file path could be null. Well, it shouldn't be null. So we will assert that the file path is not null. For the warning to go away, file path was null unexpectedly. So we now have the old project, and at the end, before returning the solution, oh no, hold on, because this hasn't written it yet. I believe we need to return both the solution and this old project. Okay, this is hacky, but let's make the test green and let's clean it up later.
To hack or not to hack?
To hack, that is the question.
question.
We have a solution, returning tuple here, solution and project. Now globalize async will actually have both the new solution and old project. Where we can now, this is of course a new var, and we assign the new solution. Hold on, we need to, this is not done yet. This is here the result. Damn it, this is not sufficient. Solution equals new solution. And we also, oh, this is maximum hacky. I don't like it, but let's get it green. The old project. Oh, this will fit. Oh, this is dramatically hacky. Because the thing is, when we call global async, get to the caller, please. Yes. We apply changes. This is where we actually write the project, and then we would need to revert it. So this is here. So I guess, let's get rid of all of that. Let's revert that.
Oh God.
Loop. Let's hack it on a different level. Because we actually had a look at this. This is some bar. Is this a bug? I think that's a bug in the MS build project workspace. Because it still assumes, it still does CS project, as a classic CS project stuff, not the new SDK style CS project, which modifies the project, which it shouldn't. And when we apply the changes, we get the project here. So we say string, oh, come on. We say string old project equals 2, because we do have the project here, project.filepath, right? We say await file.read all text async, pass in the file path and the cancellation token. Debug assert to get rid of the warning. We assume this is not null, otherwise file path was null unexpectedly. We need a new namespace, and after applying the changes, we now write this back. So we say file.write all text async, which takes the path, this project file path. It takes the content, which is the old content, and the cancellation token. And I think I made a mistake because it's bytes. Write all text async. And we want to await that. This may fix it. So basically, before applying the changes, we get a hold of the existing file. Of the existing.
Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then we basically overwrite what the applied changes just did.
Okay.
And this could fix it. I'm somewhat confident.
Oof.
Question mark.
Okay.
Yes, turn screen.
Yes.
And if we now take a look at the output, we have, well, the binned object, okay, because they get created. We have assembly info where the system reflection still exists. The global info is still empty because that's the wrong global the global usings. That's the bad one. Here now in the root, that's the good one where we have it added.
Yes.
That's the, and they are gone from here gone from there. And the CS project is still the original CS project. It hasn't been changed. This is what we want. And we now fixed 2 bugs. So integration testing unveiled 2 bugs for us, and we were able to fix them.
Amazing. That was really good progress, I think. And this just shows how important it is to write good, meaningful tests and, take your time with them. Because it's the earlier we find them, the better. So this was really, really good.
At the beginning, we wasn't all too convinced to get rid of the Roslyn stuff, but now with Firebase, we really have full control of the assertion. We can down to the space assert it. So I really liked it. And and we don't have any dependency here. So our test is not Roslyn dependent. Our unit tests are quite heavily, but our integration tests are not. They're just code, just files. I kind of like that. It's very lengthy.
Much
okay.
First method.
Very much first. Yes.
Yeah, but it could have been lengthier, as we've also established.
Yes.
So
last step, clean up.
Delete. Yes. I can do that. So it was it directory, right? Directory dot delete. And then what did we do again?
Let's have it. We can pass a path.
Okay.
So we want to pass the path of the project of this artifacts of this
Scratch project. Yeah.
That is Scratch project indeed.
Yeah. Good.
I guess Scratch project is a bad name. Let's call this Scratch directory. That's better. So we delete the Scratch directory, but if we run this, we will run into an error. The directory is not empty.
Again, it was we did that before. So
yes,
not just the directory, but also true. Yes.
And this Boolean is for the recursive to also delete all the files and folders that already exist. Otherwise, well, we could go into the directory and delete all of those files and folders recursively ourselves and then call directory.delete, but there is an overload, a nice convenience method for that. And
the tests are green.
Tests are green indeed. And the Papan, if I pronounce it correctly, a JavaScript developer, fun to see writing tests.
Thank you so much for joining. And I really like writing tests as well. Like it's one of my favorite parts of everything.
And they're crucial. They have unveiled 2. Well, they're not the worst bugs, but definitely 2 bugs for us.
It's really funny because generally we know the tool so well. We've talked about it so much. We've spent a lot of time with the code. We've had experts in who helped us as well. But then in the end, there's small things that we just overlook, like this sort of end of line situation, or tiny things that you just lose kind of sight of in the grand scheme of things. So sometimes tests seem a bit silly and spending a lot of time, it can feel really repetitive and really sort of boring in a way, but it is so useful. And and the more tests you have, the more grateful you'll be, I suppose, that you have them, or the more useful they'll be.
Oh yes, future selves will thank us.
Yeah, totally. All right.
It's kind of a satisfying thing. Write a test, make it fail intentionally, then fix it. I'm not spelling that out.
No, but it is definitely a good feeling. I think when we started as well with test-driven development, right? So we wrote the tests first, and then we made them green, and that was super satisfying. And it just gives you such a sense of achievement. If you start the day with just red tests and you finish it with just green tests, it's perfect. But we do sometimes, like we did just now, we sometimes get a bit carried away and just hack it green. And that's obviously also, I suppose, part of the game, part of the process.
Now, one final thing. I'm now running all of the tests, and see if they're indeed now isolated and independent. And
And they're not.
Uh-oh.
Yay!
But this may be something for our future. Oh yes, because I think the problem is that we have two test projects. One is testing with .NET 6, the other one is .NET 7, but we don't do.
Ooh.
We still have the same directory. You know what I mean? So the tests
Yeah.
now interfere with each other.
With each other again. But if you run like one of those and then the other one, it works,
would, yeah.
right?
Yes. So I guess maybe it is time to also add
Yay! The
GUID
new
time.
GUID. It is
Dash,
GUID time indeed.
or do we say dot GUID dot new GUID?
And then to string, right?
No, we don't have to. Is
Ah.
new GUID a method, or is that that's a method? Yes. We don't have to, because
It's already
it
in
will
a string.
be done by the string interpolation here.
Yeah.
String
Gotcha.
interpolation will convert this to a string. And since we use this method now, this could have fixed it already. Oh no.
Oh no.
The problem I'm facing now is that the Papan is also pointing out, if we don't fix it, I can't sleep and can't stop thinking about it. And I'm giving it one more try. Or this will be maybe the cliffhanger for the next episode, because I'm running out of ideas.
What's the error? So what's the error?
So we actually get an exit. We get a non-successful exit code. Let's see where we start failing. If I just comment out this error code thing. Maybe let's move the error code at the end so that we see the actual failure and then have some final assertion here. Let's also do that in here, that we move the error code assertion after the rest. Oh, it's not the error code, it's an exit code, because 0 means successful. Let's kill the scratchbook and all of its content and run off the tests again in parallel to confirm if they are truly independent. They're not, because we fail here with, oh, come on. Is this some \r, \n issue? No, that's interesting.
No, we expected system.collections of generic. And we got using system.
So it has not been removed?
Sorry, what's not been removed?
So it's in the, oh no. That's interesting, on exception. So if we want just one test assembly.
I think the scratchbook, you don't have to.
Oh, it also fails when we just one test assembly.
Uh-oh.
That's interesting. Sorry, what is that you were suggesting?
I can't remember now. Sorry. I honestly forgot what I was saying.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to. Oh, so we actually have errors. Okay, let's get rid of the errors for now as well, and run the tests again. Just one assembly. So the .NET 7 tests fail.
I know what. So isn't the scratchbook now created, and do you not need to kill it again?
Yeah, but we do create totally new directories with new GUIDs and such, so they shouldn't interfere with each other.
Okay, fair enough.
Actually, I don't think. So we expect system collection generic, but it actually has system, so it didn't get removed. It didn't get removed. Have I perhaps forgotten to comment something back in of the test from previous commenting out sessions? Something like this underscore name that we had. No, that's all gone. We create all the projects, and this assertion already fails because it has the system, the using system inside, so it didn't get removed, which
Okay.
makes me feel, because if we want it individually, it passes. And if we want it individually, continuously, it passes. But if we start running them in parallel, so we are not isolated yet.
Oh.
But why is that? Those are different tests. They get their own Scratch directory. Why are we failing here? How did we take a look? Peak error. So it's the counter. Actual empty. Nothing got printed. So we do run into some, this crashes somewhere. Maybe what I do expect is that the file path is too long. I can imagine. So what if we only
That
do GUID?
is hilarious. If that's the issue.
On Windows, this could be. Because we do have quite a long of a, let's just do, this could. No, but then it should fail consistently.
Mm-hmm.
If Papan is asking if we're sharing the Scratch directory. Perhaps we are. I thought we are not. But maybe you're right. But I don't think so. Our whole endeavor today was to not do that. So do we accidentally do it again? I mean, we do ask the file system to get the Scratch directory. Scratch directory, we path combine. We get the Scratch directory. The Scratch directory gets the root, so there is no, this should be always be the same. We find the source. If we can't find it, we fail. So we definitely find the source directory, and then we just combine it with GUID new to string, create a new directory. And that is troublesome. But the GUID is definitely shorter. But if we run it individually, we must be sharing something, but I don't see it where the problem is. Because if we run them individually, they pass dramatically. No, it's not the length. Now we create, there we create those directories. So are we still sharing some state? Somewhere we are. The Papan has no idea about C#. Well, obviously, neither do I.
And neither do I. So it's at least 3 of us in here. Great.
Perhaps this will be the cliffhanger for the next episode.
Amazing.
And we will fix the isolatedness of our... Well, I think they're isolated, but there was something wrong with parallel execution.
Yeah.
Of our tests. And other than that, I think we are quite complete.
Yeah, we made good progress, definitely.
We do use the console. We shouldn't share any context anymore. We assert that the global CS exactly contains one single using. There is still some little refactoring that we could do next episode.
Yeah, totally.
And also to do fix parallel. I always write this wrong. Parallel test execution.
Okay.
Cool.
And speaking of next time.
Ooh, yes.
When will that be?
So we will be back in exactly 2 weeks, minus 3 hours, on Wednesday, the 30th of August at 1700 UTC.
Amazing. So that's 2 weeks, but as always, we have some recommendations if you're looking for some new content, if you're wanting to stay within the .NET community, I suppose. All right. This is August is for AI special. They're back. That's usually our catchphrase, but they're back as well. What's this about, actually?
So there will be 3 talks about AI.
Okay.
And this is on site in Zurich, but they also stream it live to YouTube for you to follow. Papan is from Finland.
Oh, no
we're not that
way.
far. It's quite late now. Getting late.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining. I love it. That's so cool. I love it how international we have been today. This is
Oh,
this is
yes.
like a new experience for
Indeed.
me, and I feel really humbled. No, honestly. Oh man. Thanks so much for joining. I love Finland. Is that where the Moomins are from? Yeah, right? Do you know them?
I'm not certain.
Papan? Tell me, is it? Or am I completely wrong? That would be embarrassing.
Oh, they're coding. They can't sleep.
There you go. Yeah, it is something that keeps you up all night, 100%. Linux! Oh my god!
Cool.
No way!
Linus Torvald. Cool.
That's cool. Well, thanks so much for joining and stopping by. Maybe see you next time on the 30th. What's this? Yeah, we've got more meetups actually until then.
Another one, yes. So there is technical TDD introduction on the Tech Excellent channel, which is on the 23rd, which is exclusively online. So some more TDD stuff. Perhaps we need to go to school there again.
Yeah, potentially. That's definitely something for us to check out after today's session. Okay, and that's. Do we have any other meetups?
No, that's the 2 meetups that we found for the next 2 weeks that apply to our context.
Absolutely, 100%. And if you want to sort of keep in touch, if you want to have suggestions about our project, if you just want to reach out and say hi, you can follow us also on LinkedIn. I think the link will be posted in the chat. We always love to connect with you guys because it makes this experience so much more fun. Again, if you're new to this channel, we live code everything. Everything is done right here with you, and obviously all of the input is really, really appreciated. So definitely, hit the follow button so you also get kept in a loop with our upcoming shows, what we're planning on doing in them, and also who we will invite to the show next. So yeah, please keep in touch.
So so next episode we will fix the tests and do a bit of refactoring and getting ready for the release. Well, actually, in our dress rehearsal, I thought like we can be releasing next time already, but perhaps not quite. So we'll have one last cleanup, getting stuff ready episode, and then in the episode afterwards we will get the release out. Yes.
Amazing. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've really missed this. So thank you also, Stefan, for being awesome, as always. Thank you to our awesome crowd tonight. Really nice to seeing some of our regulars and some new faces as well. And yeah, I can't wait for our next stream in 2 weeks, actually. Super excited.
Time will pass quickly. Yeah, we'll be back. Thank you very much for watching.